Chapter 388. He's so handsome. Is it really okay to look at a girl like that under the streetlights? Yun Xiao, didn't you say he's your future cousin-in-law? Then who's this girl? She looks quite old. Go away. How is she old? This is maturity. Maturity. Do you understand? All goddesses are like that. Miao Yunxiao's dorm was very lively. Other than her and her roommates, there were girls from other dorms as well. Everyone laughed and joked around, eager to see Miao Yunxiao's phone. Miao Yunxiao raised her arm high. A photo was clearly displayed on the iPhone in her hand. Under the warm yellow streetlights, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled silently. The man was tall and mature. Just the side profile of his handsome face was enough to steal everyone's breath away. The woman was tall and beautiful, looking up with a smile. An older man stood beside her with his hands in his trouser pockets, watching the scene with a wide smile. It was like a warm family portrait. Gu Nianji felt her eyes water and lips dry. She stood quietly at the door and stared at the phone in Miao Yunxiao's hand. Miao Yunxiao turned to look at her and smiled. Oh. Classmate Gu, why are you staring at me? Gu Nianji clenched her fists and told herself not to argue with Miao Yunxiao and to leave. However, her legs seemed to have a mind of their own and refused to leave. Ma Chichi didn't know what was going on and popped her head out of curiosity from behind Gu Nianji. What's wrong? What are you looking at? I'm looking at a photo of my future cousin-in-law. Miao Yunxiao nodded at Ma Chichi with a smile, then sneered at Gu Nianji. Are you stupid? The organization has never considered you, and you're still daydreaming. Gu Nianji glared at Miao Yunxiao. Her eyes were bone-chilling and made Miao Yunxiao shiver. She shrank her neck and muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. My cousin told me herself that the military wanted to introduce her to Major General Hua. General Ji is the matchmaker. Do you think you even have the slightest chance? Gu Nianji was confused. She didn't seem to understand what Miao Yunxiao was saying. Miao Yunxiao continued, actually, people should be content with what they have and know their place. Don't ask for things that don't belong to you. Even if he could get his hands on it for a while, he was just toying with him. Those men weren't stupid. If they wanted to get married, they would have to find a woman of equal status. Study hard, find a good job after graduation, and then find a good husband among your colleagues. That's better than anything else. Gu Nianji finally understood what she meant and felt her blood rush to her head. Her head buzzed as she leapt towards Miao Yunxiao. What are you doing? Miao Yunxiao jumped back in fright. Ma Chichi was also shocked. She quickly hugged Gu Nianji from behind and urged, Nianji. Nianji. Ignore her. Her mouth is dirty, so if we ignore her, we'll dirty our hands. Miao Yunxiao was furious at Ma Chichi's words. She dodged to the side and yelled at Ma Chichi, Chichi. Don't be fooled by her. Why do you think she threw me out? It was because I saw through her adultery. Shut up. Gu Nianji's expression changed as she flipped and twisted her right hand to use the little grappling technique Hua Xiaoheng had taught her. She broke free from Ma Chichi's grasp and slid to Miao Yunxiao's side. She placed her left hand on Miao Yunxiao's right shoulder. Miao Yunxiao screamed as her right arm holding the phone drooped and the phone fell to the ground. Gu Nianji quickly reached out with her right leg and kicked the falling phone up. She then reached out with her left hand and caught Miao Yunxiao's phone firmly in her hand. Everyone in the room was stunned by Gu Nianji's move and didn't recover for a long time. Gu Nianji, you learned Kung Fu? Miao Yunxiao's roommate asked in surprise. That kick was so beautiful. Gu Nianji glanced at her before looking down at the photo on the phone. It was indeed Hua Xiaoheng. There was also a woman she didn't know but looked very familiar. She felt like she had seen her somewhere before. She couldn't help frowning as she tried to recall if she had seen this woman before. Otherwise, why did she look so familiar? Just as she was lost in thought, Machichi came over and asked carefully, Nianji. Nianji. Are you okay? Gu Nianji didn't respond and continued to stare at the photo on the phone. Machichi followed her line of sight and saw the photo. She looked at it curiously for a while before saying, "This man is really handsome. Why does this woman look so familiar?" Her eyes darted around and finally landed on Gu Nianji's face. From her angle, Gu Nianji was exactly the same as the woman in the photo. Ha! Nianji. Don't you think the woman in the photo looks a bit like you? Machichi shouted and patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. The students in the room immediately rushed over. Let me see. Let me see. They really look alike. They don't really look alike. Nianji is younger and more youthful. This woman looks very mature. The students spoke one after another, and the discussion was very lively. Miao Yunxiao finally realized that the woman in the photo looked a lot like Gu Nianji. She suppressed the soreness in her chest and rubbed her shoulder. It's right that they look alike. Someone is just a substitute. Otherwise, why would Major General Huo lower himself to such a high position? She opened her hand at Gu Nianji. Give me back my phone. Gu Nianji slowly reached out and placed Miao Yunxiao's phone back in her hand. The phone seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. It was so heavy that it almost broke her arm. Do you understand now? It's not too late to mend the fence after the sheep is lost. Miao Yunxiao put the phone away and smiled at Gu Nianji. I won't be harsh since you're so upset. We're all adults and law students, so of course we know what's right and wrong. Gu Nianji tried her best to keep her eyes open and not let the bitterness in her eyes turn into tears. Miao Yunxiao, can you speak with a straight face? Don't be so sarcastic. Gu Nianji replied sternly, you said it yourself, we're all adults and law students. How can you make groundless accusations like this? You must be imagining a melodramatic drama after seeing this photo, right? It's a shame you didn't become a screenwriter with this kind of talent. Miao Yunxiao didn't expect Gu Nianji to still be in the mood to bicker with her after seeing her sweetheart in another man's arms. Don't be so stubborn, your nose is almost red. Cry if you want to, we're all classmates and won't laugh at you. Miao Yunxiao pouted and returned to her room. Fine, I'll stop messing around with you guys. I have a date tomorrow, so I'm going to bed early today. Miao Yunxiao slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Everyone looked at each other and Miao Yunxiao's roommate said awkwardly, Fine, fine, that's all. Let's go back and get some rest and a beauty sleep. We still have dates tomorrow. Machichi took Gu Nianji's hand as they left Miao Yunxiao's room. She noticed that Gu Nianji's hand was cold and sweaty. It was all cold sweat. Nianji, are you okay? Machichi asked with concern. How about we go back? I'll heat up a glass of milk for you. Gu Nianji's mind was filled with the photo she saw earlier. Why did Hua Xiaoheng look at that woman like that? Why did that woman look so much like her? They looked so harmonious and loving when they stood together. Gu Nianji felt like a huge rock was pressing down on her chest and suffocating her. No. Chi-Chi. I can't stay with you today. Gu Nianji gripped her hand tightly and murmured, I want to go home. I won't come back today. She quickly walked back to her room to pack her things and prepared to go back to the Special Ops headquarters to ask Hua Xiaoheng about it. She wanted to ask him about the photo as well as what Miao Yunxiao had said about the military introducing Hua Xiaoheng to cousin Miao Yunxiao. She had questions in her heart for a long time. Although the days since she confessed to him had been sweet, there was also a growing shadow looming over her head. Why didn't Hua Xiaoheng reveal their relationship? Was there an insurmountable barrier between them? If there was, then he should let her go, as Gu Nianji packed her things, she gritted her teeth and told herself not to cry, not to throw a tantrum, and to be reasonable. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and hurriedly put her laptop and belongings into her backpack. She put on a knee-length down jacket and left the room. Ma Qiqi chased after her and followed her down the elevator. She looked at her worriedly and asked, "Nianji, are you okay?" Gu Nianji held her hand. "I'm fine, but there are some things I want to ask. If it's impossible, then at least let me give up." With that, she plunged into the night. Ma Qiqi didn't expect Gu Nianji to really have a relationship with the Major General Hua in the photo. She crossed her arms and stood in front of the dormitory building, extremely worried. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and walked quickly through the forest on campus. The early spring nights in the imperial capital were still very cold, and the cold wind cut her face like knives. Gu Nianji wrapped her entire face with a scarf, revealing only her eyes. Although the weather was cold, her entire body was hot, and her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. When she arrived at the campus gate, she called a taxi company to rent a car to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. However, when the companies heard where she was going, they didn't want to send a car. Gu Nianji almost threatened to sue them if they didn't want to give her a ride. After arguing for a while, Gu Nianji noticed her phone was ringing again. Looking closely, she saw it was Hua Xiaoheng. "Nianji, are you asleep?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the phone. In the quiet night, it was exceptionally touching. The tears Gu Nianji had held back all night finally burst out. She clutched her down jacket in the cold wind and choked out, "No, classmate, don't stand at the school gate to make a call." A security guard had been watching her for a long time and walked over to let her leave. "You can either go in or go out. What are you doing blocking the entrance?" Hua Xiaoheng heard the security guard's loud voice over the phone and froze. "Nianji, where are you?" Gu Nianji was forced to leave the school gate. She walked to the wall and stood still. She gritted her teeth and didn't answer. She only asked, "Hua Xiao, I have something to ask you." This was the second watch. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. Wax. Chapter 389. Gu Nianji's choked voice echoed in the night sky, carrying the brittleness of fine bone porcelain. It sent chills down Hua Xiaoheng's spine. The coldness seemed to travel through the radio to Hua Xiaoheng's ears. His heart skipped a beat as he moved the mouse to open the satellite tracking system to find Gu Nianji. On the large screen in front of him, Gu Nianji stood alone by the wall next to the south gate of B University. She wore a large down jacket that reached her knees and carried a backpack. Half of her face was hidden in a scarf, and she held her phone to her ear with one hand. The back of her hand was red from the cold. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Couldn't she use a headset even if she was calling outside? That way her hands wouldn't freeze. What a child, she didn't care when she was angry. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji on the screen and listened to her sobbing. After a while, he asked, "Where are you?" "Don't worry about where I am. I have something to ask you." Gu Nianji sniffed, her voice was already tearful. She looked like she was in the right. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Fine, but you have to go back to the dorm now to calm down. I won't talk to you like this." Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked around nervously but didn't see Hua Xiaoheng anywhere nearby. She looked up at the night sky and pulled up the hood of her down jacket to cover her entire face. She felt that as long as she covered her head, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to see her from the satellite images. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's subconscious behavior and couldn't help smiling. He continued, "Go back to the dorm first." Gu Nianji pouted unhappily, "Why can't I say it now?" "Because you're angry right now and can't be reasoned with." Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly and urged her again, hurry up and go back. Listen to me. Gu Nianji was silent for a moment before realizing that Hu Xiaoheng already knew where she was. So if I don't go back to the dorm, you're going to leave me hanging. She tried to reason with Hu Xiaoheng. You can try. Hu Xiaoheng's tone was calm, but Gu Nianji could hear a hint of threat in it. Clutching her phone, she leaned against the wall of B University's south gate and struggled internally. One moment, she felt that she couldn't show weakness. Hu Xiaoheng was always crushing her like this. She had no chance of winning in front of him. One moment, she wondered why two people who loved each other had to be the victor. They weren't enemies. On second thought, if she was the one who gave in every time, was Hu Xiaoheng really not in the wrong? Gu Nianji silently thought that she wasn't being unreasonable. She knew what she was most nervous about this time. The photo was secondary. The main reason was that Miao Yunxiao said the organization was matchmaking. This was the true source of her fear and unease. Gu Nianji knew that to Hu Xiaoheng, the importance of the organization was placed alongside the national interest. Gu Nianji admitted that she had never been able to compete with Hu Xiaoheng for the country and the organization in his heart. She had never thought of competing either. It was fine as long as the two could coexist peacefully. But now that the other side was involved, she couldn't be sure which side Hu Xiaoheng would side with. Perhaps Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't fall in love with someone else, but what if there was a higher level of interest for him to compromise? Gripping her phone tightly, Gu Nianji was silent for a while before mustering up her courage to say, "No, I'm not going back. I want to see you, right now, right now." Hu Xiaoheng looked at what he was doing. The entire department had spent a month creating a program that was currently running. If it stopped or was discovered by hackers, the consequences would be unthinkable. He had just taken the lead in organizing the Special Operations Forces IT team and had already fended off several attacks from IP addresses across the ocean. On the battlefield where there was no smoke, war was always present. He couldn't leave now, nor did he want to send a car to pick up Gu Nianji. Seeing Gu Nianji look like she had been wronged, Hu Xiaoheng's heart ached for her, but he also felt that he couldn't let her bad habits go. If she ran around without a word, what would happen to her in the future? He had to teach her a lesson. Perhaps it was the habit of being in a superior position, or perhaps it was because Gu Nianji had grown up with him, but he felt that in addition to having romantic feelings for her, he also had the responsibility to raise her. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and leaned forward slightly to look at Gu Nianji, who was standing alone in the corner with her head down. He said in an unquestionable tone, "Go back to the dorm first. We'll talk there." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and sounded extremely wronged. "Okay, I'll go back to the dorm, but you have to answer my question. Go back first. You know that I never negotiate with people." Hu Xiaoheng's voice was even calmer. Gu Nianji was more and more uncertain about her position in Hu Xiaoheng's heart. She bit her lips so hard that a few deep teeth marks appeared. She whispered weakly, "What if I don't go back to the dorm?" She really did. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with a headache. Before he could make a decision, the central control system's alarm sounded again. Another wave of IP attacks had appeared. Hu Xiaoheng put on his headset and said to Gu Nianji, "Go back to the dorm quickly. I'll call your dorm number when I'm done here." "I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Gu Nianji pulled down the scarf covering her face and looked up at the night sky in a daze. She had just heard the alarm on Hu Xiaoheng's side. This time, what else could she say? It seemed like she had found the most inappropriate time to make a fuss. Hu Xiaoheng immediately took the lead and led the IT team of the Special Operations Forces to organize a new defense. Not only did they have to intercept the foreign hacker groups that were trying to find a loophole in the Huaxia Empire's network, but they also had to take the initiative to launch an attack. They had to follow the enemy's attack route and counterattack the enemy's mainframe computer. They had to secretly plant a Trojan horse and hide in the enemy's computer. However, he also knew that this kind of Trojan horse wouldn't survive for long in the enemy's system. It would soon be discovered and erased. But in their line of work, as long as there was a loophole, they could obtain a lot of important information. So it didn't matter even if it was erased in the future. Because they had already achieved their goal. Number 1. Number 1. The package has arrived. The package has arrived. Number 3. Number 3. Turn off the IP port and immediately close the door to beat the dogs. Move to the position of number A and guard against the 5 open ports. Number B. Close the net and erase the enemy's hard drive. Give them a warning. Hua Xiaoheng methodically commanded his team to maneuver around the invisible network and focus on intercepting, erasing, and counterattacking the enemy's malicious programs. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and stood outside the south gate of B University for a while. She wanted to return to the dorm but couldn't bring herself to do it. She lowered her head and rubbed the dirt with the tip of her leather boots against the corner of the wall. She wondered what she should do. The night wind grew colder, and her heated mind gradually calmed down. But she didn't feel relieved. She couldn't even think about it in detail. Just thinking about it made her feel like exploding again. The street outside the south gate of B University was very quiet at night. Only the occasional car headlight pierced the night sky. Gu Nianji hung her head and finally shuffled back to the dorm. When she arrived downstairs, Gu Nianji saw a young couple standing under a tree by the side of the building getting closer and closer. Finally, they hugged and kissed. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to look at them and turned to leave. At this moment, a person suddenly ran past her and rushed to the young couple who were kissing under the tree. He pulled the man away and slapped him. Mo Renfang. You actually cheated on me. I must have been blind to be with AB*TCH like you. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she watched her roommate Ma Qiqi angrily point at the man of the young couple and scold him. Listen up. I dumped you. She then turned to the woman who was cowering in the corner. You knew he had a girlfriend and yet you were with him. How shameless. The woman laughed coldly and said to Ma Qiqi, he dumped you, so don't try to save yourself. What do you mean you dumped him? He was the one who dumped you. Ma Qiqi lost her mind and raised her hand to hit the woman again. The man immediately grabbed Ma Qiqi's hand and shouted, Are you done yet? I'll admit that you hit me, but don't hit her. Ha! He's actually protecting her. Gu Nianji's eyes reddened as she strode over and grabbed Ma Qiqi's hand to comfort her. Qiqi, don't stoop to her level. Then she turned to the man. AB*TCH like you will definitely have bad luck in everything in the future. You'll fail exams, not get a degree, not get a job, and live off a woman for the rest of your life. You'll never get what you want. The man's face turned purple from Gu Nianji's words and he retorted, Who are you? What right do you have to curse me like that? I'm cursing you. You're cheating on me, so everyone will curse you. Gu Nianji laughed coldly and pulled Ma Qiqi along. Let's go. Ignore them. Ma Qiqi cried as Gu Nianji pulled her into the elevator. She covered her face and said, Nianji, am I a failure? Gu Nianji didn't know what happened and only held her hand in silence. I was actually the last to find out my boyfriend was cheating on me. I was just in my room preparing a Valentine's Day surprise for him when someone sent me a message and told me to go downstairs. Tears leaked out between her fingers and wet the back of her hand. Gu Nianji sighed and said, Don't think about it. We'll talk about it when we get back. She thought about it and said, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Let's order some good takeout. Ma Qiqi nodded and choked out, I want to eat duck tongue and crab pancakes. I also want French fries, fried chicken, and beer. I'll eat whatever's fat. Gu Nianji was amused by her, and her depressed mood finally eased a little. She picked up her phone and found a takeout place with good reviews. She began ordering. Okay, you guys send it to our dorm. I'll come downstairs to get it. Gu Nianji left her name and address and went back to her room with Ma Qiqi. They went back to their own rooms to clean up and shower. When they came out, the takeout had just arrived. Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi sat on opposite sides of the dining table and gorged themselves on fried chicken and beer. Although it was junk food, it naturally had fat and calories that made people feel good. Ma Qiqi ate a crab pancake as she said to Gu Nianji, I want to turn my grief and anger into appetite. I'll stop eating until I can't eat any more tonight. Gu Nianji didn't stop her and nodded. Let's eat together. Who's afraid of who's fat? They drank 3 or 4 bottles of beer. They didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol, but they could still get drunk from beer. When Gu Nianji was slightly tipsy, Hu Xiaoheng finally called again. This is the first watch. Remind my friends for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's the big chapter at 7 p.m. on the second watch. My friends must be on time to see it. He, save the form. Save the form. Save the form. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Moi. O, N_N, O. Chapter 390. Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi didn't notice at first when the landline in the dorm rang. Everyone had a phone these days, and many people had more than one. Who would call a landline? It was as if they didn't hear the ringtone at all. Gu Nianji's phone rang as well. She froze when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's unique ringtone. She reached out to unlock it and pressed the side of her face against the cold phone. She said drunkenly, hello. Hu Xiaoheng froze. You're drinking. Where are you? Gu Nianji laughed and stood up dizzily with the phone. She said to Ma Qiqi, I'm going to take a call. You eat first. Ma Qiqi waved her hand and slurred, go. It's best if I go alone. I'm telling you, if you come back late, I'm going to lose everything. Fine. Lose everything if you can. Gu Nianji mimicked Ma Qiqi's words and floated to her own room. She entered the room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, she spoke to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, you finally have time to call me. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. She seemed to be quite drunk. Where are you right now? Hu Xiaoheng asked in a low voice as he leaned back in his chair. His back was a bit sore, so he put an arm behind his head and massaged his shoulder as he spoke to Gu Nianji with his eyes closed. Aren't you very resourceful? Don't you have a satellite detection system? How can you not know where I am? Gu Nianji held the phone to her ear. Alcohol gave her courage, and she also began to talk back to Hu Xiaoheng. This was unimaginable when she was sober. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He spun around in his chair before standing up and walking out of the central control room's underground engine room. He walked up the stairs to the ground floor and pushed open the 2 bulletproof glass doors to walk to the open space in front of the Special Operations Forces office building. It was a spacious square surrounded by bare grass. There were no trees, only large lawns and groups of flower beds. Of course, it was still early spring, so the grass hadn't appeared yet, and the flowers were nowhere to be seen. There were some metal benches at the edge of the square. Hu Xiaoheng walked over to one and sat down. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Gu Nianji waited for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. She became nervous, and her back was covered in sweat. She immediately sobered up. She used her hand to support herself against the door and stood up. Her feet fluttered towards the sofa by the wall. When he reached the sofa, his legs turned to jelly, and he slumped onto the sofa. He reached out to grab his little panda pillow and hugged it in his arms, gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. She was afraid that the moment she opened her mouth, she would surrender again, Hua Xiaoheng took a few deep drags of his cigarette before he snapped out of the world of data and words on the internet. Nianji, he said slowly, where are you now? Again, he wouldn't give up until Gu Nianji answered. Gu Nianji immediately knelt down. She didn't have Hua Xiaoheng's tested nerves and indomitable willpower. She was just an ordinary girl. Was she stupid to compete with the former coach of the Special Forces in terms of endurance and endurance? I'm in the dormitory, Gu Nianji murmured. She stared blankly at the geometrically patterned carpet on the floor. Hua Xiaoheng blew out a ring of smoke and said slowly, okay, that's good. He paused, then smiled. Why are you so grumpy? You spoil me, Gu Nianji said sullenly. You spoil me like this, and now you say I have a bad temper. I'm not happy. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Fine, it was all his fault. Hua Xiaoheng flicked the ash off his cigarette and stopped smoking. He put on his headset and said to Gu Nianji. Then I won't spoil you anymore. No, you have to continue spoiling me. Gu Nianji sat up straight and hugged the little panda pillow even tighter. She then emphasized, I can't not spoil you. I'm used to it. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. Okay, then be good and I'll continue spoiling you. I'll spoil you only if you're good. I'm not really spoiling you. Gu Nianji protested. Also, you were so mean to me today. Hua Xiaoheng continued to smile silently. After a while, he threw the cigarette into the trash can near the bench and stretched his long legs lazily against the metal bench. He said quietly, You're not angry anymore. Gu Nianji rubbed her chest and found that the pent-up anger had dissipated. She was indeed not angry anymore, but the problem still remained. Gu Nianji finally understood the problem clearly. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't fool her. Hua Xiao, I'm not angry anymore. Can I ask you a question now? Gu Nianji's voice calmed down. The faint hint of tears in her voice was gone. Hua Xiaoheng sighed in relief and felt a trace of guilt. His attitude became even more gentle. Okay, ask away. It's like this. Gu Nianji covered her phone with one hand and twisted the little fringe on the panda pillow with the other. She hesitated on how to speak. Ask me anything. Why are you hesitating when you're talking to me? Hua Xiaoheng hugged the back of his neck and looked up at the starry sky. The stars were especially bright at night. They shimmered like diamonds on fine black velvet. Although the weather was cold, he needed the cold air to clear his head. Gu Nianji blurted out, Did you go on a date with someone today? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He leaned forward and rested his arms on his legs. He asked calmly, Why do you ask? Of course there's a reason. Gu Nianji bit her lip and said reluctantly, I saw the photo. Hua Xiaoheng sensitively thought of Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying. He had specifically gone to the European-style cafe to see Xie Dezhao. However, when he came out, Xie Qingying also came over to talk to him. What photo? Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan on telling Gu Nianji about the Xies. Gu Xiangguan hadn't found out yet, and he didn't want the Xies to know about Gu Nianji's relationship with them. If it was me, you should tell the person who took the photo that it's illegal and the consequences will be severe. Gu Nianji thought about Miao Yinxiao's mocking expression and giggled. She said sourly, Not only that, but I also heard that the organization is going to matchmake you, right? My classmates are calling you cousin-in-law. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised. If Gu Nianji had previously made him feel like a child throwing a tantrum because she couldn't get candy, her words now forced him to take her seriously. Who told you that? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. You're taking it seriously when I don't even know about it. I didn't take it seriously, but I'm worried that if we continue like this, the organization will really introduce you to a girlfriend. Gu Nianji felt her nose sting again. She quickly let go of the pillow and took a tissue from the small table next to the sofa to wipe her nose. She said in a muffled voice, "Then what do you plan to do? Accept it. Or accept it. Or accept it." So it was about that. Hu Xiaoheng refused to admit that he was relieved. If Gu Nianji had asked him this a few days ago, he really wouldn't have known how to answer. But now, he had an idea. "I already have a girlfriend. Why would they introduce me to one?" Hu Xiaoheng asked her calmly. "Your information isn't reliable. Don't listen to other people's gossip in the future." Gu Nianji was speechless at his words. "Hu Xiao, you won't tell me anything. How can I not listen to other people's gossip?" Gu Nianji muttered quietly, but because it was the first time Hu Xiaoheng had said the word girlfriend, her heart was already blooming with happiness. Had she finally seen the light of day? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and gently flicked his fingers on his thigh. He said quietly, "Nianji, stop fooling around. It's too late. I'm already fooling around." Gu Nianji hugged the little panda pillow and rolled around on the sofa. "Tell me, how are you going to coax me?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He discovered that Gu Nianji was becoming bolder and bolder in front of him. She could even say something like that so openly. She wanted him to coax her and said it so confidently. Hu Xiaoheng clasped his hands together to support his chin. His elbows rested on his thighs as he leaned forward on the metal bench. He waited quietly for a while before asking, "What's going on with the photos?" He wanted to clarify these two matters before speaking. Gu Nianji was in the mood to talk and told him about Miao Yunxiao showing off the photos. She then complained, "She thinks I'm your kept woman and keeps being jealous of me." Hu Xiaoheng chuckled quietly. "Then are you willing to be my kept woman?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Oh my! Was Hu Xiao flirting with her just now? Gu Nianji was drunk from listening to him. Gu Nianji's heart thumped wildly, and a warm current instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. The dry fields were suddenly flooded with rain, and she felt full of life again. No! Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled. Her petite face was very charming. Keeping a kept woman is an illicit relationship. I want to have a legitimate relationship with you. Simply put, I want to be your girlfriend. Hu Xiaoheng imagined Gu Nianji's high spirits when she said this and was a bit intoxicated. This child had grown up and was difficult to discipline. It wasn't easy being a parent, but why was he so happy with it? "Yeah, I'm thinking about it." Hu Xiaoheng relented and gave Gu Nianji a hopeful future. Fortunately, Gu Nianji understood him. If he said he was thinking about it at this point with other women, they would definitely explode. However, Gu Nianji knew that when Hu Xiaoheng said he was thinking about it, it meant he was going to do it soon. He wouldn't say he was thinking about something unless he was 100% sure. Really? Gu Nianji was overjoyed and stood up from the sofa. Really? I'm thinking about it. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and stood up from the metal bench to walk towards the office. The stars in the sky were even brighter and his mood brightened as he looked at them. Gu Nianji wanted to take a mile when she was in a good mood. She asked in a roundabout way, "Hu Xiao, are you still working overtime tomorrow?" Tomorrow was Saturday, so everyone was usually off. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and slowly walked forward. "I still have some work to finish." "What's wrong? Is there something?" "No, yeah, there is." Gu Nianji stammered. "Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Do you have any plans?" Hu Xiaoheng paused and said calmly, "I never celebrate Western holidays." "Did you forget?" Gu Nianji remembered. She really had forgotten before. She had been blinded by the atmosphere stirred up by her classmates. She lowered her head in shame and quickly found an excuse to save face. "I remember now. I have to prepare my thesis tomorrow and was worried I wouldn't be able to leave. Yeah, study hard. Hu Xiaoheng praised her and walked into the office. He saw a few subordinates coming over to report to him. Hu Xiaoheng said to Gu Nianji, "Okay, I still have something to do. I'm going to hang up now." Gu Nianji looked at her phone and saw that Hu Xiaoheng had already hung up. She lay on the bed for a while and waited for her mood to recover before opening the door and walking out. Ma Qiqi was completely drunk under the table. Gu Nianji was angry and amused at the same time. She helped her up and sent her back to her room to sleep. Gu Nianji went to take a shower again and washed off the smell of beer and fried chicken from her body before going to bed. Although it was a bit of a pity that there would be no program on Valentine's Day tomorrow, she could still understand that Hu Xiaoheng's work came first. As long as she could be with him openly, it didn't matter if she didn't celebrate Valentine's Day for the rest of her life. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his office and listened to his subordinates' reports. He pointed out a few directions for them to continue researching. Yin Shixiang came in with a stack of documents and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, little Zay won't be here tomorrow. Are these all for you?" Hu Xiaoheng turned around from his chair and asked Yin Shixiang, "Has little Zay already started his vacation?" "No, it only starts after midnight." Yin Shixiang laughed. "What's wrong? Is Hu Xiaoheng regretting it?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at him coolly. "Get him to help me get a phone number." Gu Nianji had just given Miao Yunxiao's phone number to Hu Xiaoheng in order to show that she wasn't being unreasonable and had the truth behind the photos. She told him that there were photos of Hu Xiaoheng and a woman at a cafe on that phone. Hu Xiaoheng knew that it had to do with Xie Qingying, but he couldn't say that it was completely groundless. He understood Speaker Long's intentions, but he couldn't accept it. However, when he thought of Xie Qingying's appearance, Hu Xiaoheng was still a bit worried that Gu Nianji would overthink things after seeing the photos. Yin Shixiang called Zhao Liangzi over and gave him the phone number that Hu Xiaoheng wanted to find. Zhao Liangzi accessed Miao Yunxiao's phone in less than 10 minutes and found her photo album. The photos of Hu Xiaoheng, Xie Qingying, and Xie Dezhao were all taken recently, so he found it immediately. He downloaded the 2 photos and emailed them to his own email, then completely deleted the photos from Miao Yunxiao's phone as well as the photos stored in her cloud account. However, when Zhao Liangzi deleted the photos Miao Yunxiao had uploaded to the cloud account, he found a few photos of Miao Yunxiao and Su Piaohong. He showed Hu Xiaoheng the photo album he downloaded and said, "Hu Xiao, this policewoman Su looks pretty good. I think she's better than Xie Qingying." Zhao Liangzi winked at Yin Shixiang as he spoke. Yin Shixiang quickly agreed, "Miss Su is pretty good, but Miss Xia will definitely not pass the background check." Xie Qingying had grown up overseas and was a foreign citizen. With a background like that, she would never be the wife of a high-ranking military official. Speaker Long was probably too excited to do anything and was only trying to stop Hu Xiaoheng from having anything to do with Gu Nianji. But it was too late, the relationship could no longer be broken. Hu Xiaoheng ordered Zhao Liangzi, "Go investigate Deputy Chief of Staff Su. She's so good at currying favor, there seems to be a problem." Zhao Liangzi quickly said, "I'll investigate when I come back tomorrow after my vacation, okay?" "Okay, there's no rush. You go on vacation first." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss Zhao Liangzi. Yin Shixiang watched Zhao Liangzi's hurried back and laughed, "Hu Xiao, little Zay has finally figured it out. He's planning a secret Valentine's Day surprise and even invited his sweetheart for dinner." Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with his right hand and thought for a while before asking, "Valentine's Day? Why is everyone celebrating Western holidays now? From Christmas to Valentine's Day, and now there's Halloween. Is there going to be Thanksgiving in the future?" "Hu Xiao, you don't understand. Young girls all like this, and on this day, they'll even compare their boyfriends' looks, money, cars, and gifts. Basically, as soon as Valentine's Day comes, their WeChat moments will be flooded with all sorts of roses, chocolates, and diamond rings. For single people, Valentine's Day is #1 on the list of killer singles. Yin Shixiang said excitedly, "Oh, I want to find someone to celebrate Valentine's Day with." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After a while, he asked, "Does everyone celebrate this holiday in college?" Of course, this holiday started in college. Colleges are the hardest hit places for Valentine's Day. Yin Shixiang took out his phone and found a random college website to show Hua Xiaoheng. Look, they even want to hang 2 big red hearts at the school gates. Anyone who sees it will cry. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it and realized it was Gunyinji's B University. He looked down. "You can go now." After Yin Shixiang left, Hua Xiaoheng held a pen in his hand and poked it unconsciously on the desk. Finally, he gripped the pen and made a difficult decision. On Saturday morning, Gunyinji woke up early and bought 2 sets of breakfast. She left one on the table for Ma Qiqi and ate one for herself. Then she knocked on Ma Qiqi's door. "Qiqi, I'm going to the library to study. Breakfast is on the table. Eat it yourself." Inside, Ma Qiqi had a splitting headache. She held her head and wailed to show that she understood. Gunyinji smiled as she walked out the door. She purposely woke up early so she could avoid those bored people who like to pry into other people's private lives. Yes, she was talking about Miao Yunxiao. Gunyinji thought to herself maliciously. Gunyinji really didn't pay attention to the outside world in the library and only focused on reading. Other than buying a burger for lunch, she didn't go out at all. In the evening, she received a call from Yin Shixiang saying someone had delivered something to her. She quickly packed her bag and left the library. Riding her bike back to the dorm, Gunyinji noticed many girls pointing at an eye-catching car. She peeked out and saw it looked like a sports car. From the logo, it was probably a Ferrari. A tall man in a casual suit with wide shoulders and a narrow waist leaned against the car door with his hands in his pockets. He looked ahead expressionlessly, ignoring the girls who were passing by and pointing at him. That man was Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyinji's eyes widened and her mouth almost fell open. She watched in a daze as Hua Xiaoheng walked closer and reached out his hand. "I'm here to pick you up for Valentine's Day." Gunyinji asked dumbfoundedly, "Don't you never celebrate overseas holidays?" "Yes, but for you, I can make an exception." Hua Xiaoheng calmly held her hand. This was the second installment of 5,000 words. Reminders for the monthly and recommendation votes. Sorry, I miscalculated, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 391. Gunyinji felt countless eyes on her from all directions. She became the center of attention, just like the female lead in a movie. Under everyone's gaze, the man she loved held her hand as they got into the car and lived happily ever after. Gunyinji couldn't control her imagination as Hua Xiaoheng held her hand as they walked step by step towards the flashy red Ferrari. Hua Xiaoheng was expressionless as he looked down and saw the dreamy expression on Gunyinji's face. The corners of his lips curled. Standing beside the car, Hua Xiaoheng handed her a car key. "This is your car. It just arrived from abroad a few days ago. Try it and see if you like it." Gunyinji was shocked. This car was hers. She couldn't speak and looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. The surrounding girls exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the flowers sent by their boyfriends, many of them curled their lips at the same time. They really had to kneel when compared to others and throw away when compared to goods. Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his hand and bent forward to open the driver's door. "This is a custom-made car for you. You said you wanted it to be bright red the other day." Gunyinji was embarrassed. She had said bright red, but she had actually been thinking about the bright red bridal sedan and had said bright red in the spur of the moment. Moreover, this bright red color was too bright, too eye-catching. Was she really going to drive such a flashy car around campus? Through the streets and alleys of the imperial capital? She really didn't know what to say. Hua Xiaoheng introduced the car to her. This is Ferrari's latest engine. The model was designed by Ferrari's top designers. You're the only one in the world with this model. This is your name. Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the elegant nameplate under the car window near the door handle. Gu Nianji saw a string of cursive English words on it and her Chinese name below the English words. She was completely speechless. This was no longer the treatment of a female lead. This was the treatment of a princess. This is a sports car. You haven't driven it yet. Hua Xiaoheng led her to the front passenger seat and opened the door. Sit here first. I'll drive today. Gu Nianji nodded blankly and obediently sat in the car. At this point, she didn't care what people outside thought of her. Hua Xiaoheng also got in, leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, and started the car. The roar of the sports car's engine suddenly sounded. The sound was unbelievably loud, as if a cannon had suddenly exploded downstairs. It was deafening, and many girls screamed in fright. Ma Qiqi looked down from the window and was elated to see that her roommate was the female lead in this scene. She waved her hand at Gu Nianji and didn't care if Gu Nianji could hear her. She said loudly, "You have to live well. Be happy." Between the two of them, at least one of them could enjoy Valentine's Day. Ma Qiqi was truly happy for Gu Nianji. The bright red Ferrari sped away from the B University campus like a gust of wind. They hadn't even left B University's south gate when photos of the scene were already posted on the school forum. Valentine's Day, a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a flashy luxury sports car. This kind of explosive news didn't happen every Valentine's Day. Miao Yunxiao saw Major General Hua pick up Gu Nianji in the luxury sports car with her own eyes, and then saw the school forum full of praise for Gu Nianji's good luck. Gritting her teeth, she used a sock puppet to log on and create a post. Is the female lead in the Ferrari really a rich and beautiful woman? You're still too sweet and naive to believe it. In this post, she used the identity of an acquaintance of Gu Nianji to expose all of her personal information, including her identity as an orphan, and how she didn't hesitate to seduce a high-ranking military officer for money and power, and use her body in exchange for improper benefits. As soon as the post was posted, it immediately caused a second wave of discussion. Ma Qiqi had nothing to do in the dorm and was browsing the forum. When she saw the post that was immediately pushed to the top, she exploded with anger and immediately rushed up to reply to the poster. "Opit, jealousy is an illness that needs to be treated. If you don't take down this post today, I promise you'll be sued. We're all law students, why do you have to be so shameful?" As soon as she said that, the whole school knew that the poster was a law student. The people in the computer science department quickly looked up the IP address and locked onto the poster's dorm room. Miao Yunxiao, Gu Nianji's former roommate, was found out in less than 10 minutes. Posting and slandering people was the most despicable behavior on the B University forum, especially when it was done by classmates and friends. It was taboo for everyone. Ma Qiqi immediately guessed that Miao Yunxiao was the one who posted it. Now that she had been found out and was desperately looking for a moderator to delete the post, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took a screenshot as a memento and sent it to Gu Nianji. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't have the time to browse the school forum. Sitting in the sports car, she was still dizzy and her feet felt light as if she was walking on clouds. She couldn't touch the ground at all. Hua Xiaoheng drove very well, but on the streets of the imperial capital, even the king of sports cars, Ferrari, could only drive at a turtle's pace. Gu Nianji was silent for a long time before asking, "Hua Xiao, is this really for me? How could it be fake?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, the contract for this car is in the zipper in front of you. Open it and you'll know who the owners are. Gu Nianji opened the zipper in front of her and saw a document lying inside. She quickly scanned it and confirmed that the owners of the car were indeed under her name. She rubbed the document with a myriad of emotions in her heart. What's wrong? You don't like it? Hu Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel and drove towards a residential area filled with tall buildings. It was a completely enclosed high-end residential area that had just been developed in the third ring road of the imperial capital. The location was already exorbitant, and the design of the residential area was innovative and reasonable. It was very secure and private, so there was an endless stream of people coming to buy. Many people bought directly with cash. Gu Nianji knew from the moment Hu Xiaoheng's car drove into the entrance of the residential area that this was probably the apartment Hu Xiaoheng said he was buying for her. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with indescribable gratitude. Actually, she would have been satisfied with a bouquet of flowers, but he had given her an entire mountain of gardens. This was far beyond her expectations. The sports car was parked in the underground parking lot of a 20-story duplex apartment in the center of the residential area. Hu Xiaoheng unbuckled his seatbelt and saw that Gu Nianji was still sitting there motionlessly. Get out. Hu Xiaoheng unbuckled her seatbelt. What's wrong? Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, you really want to give me the car? And then I'll be driving it to work. Yeah, can't I? Hu Xiaoheng smoothed her hair and tucked a strand behind her ear to reveal her delicate little face. He leaned over to kiss her. Gu Nianji gently let him kiss her and murmured, but this car is too flashy and eye-catching. Is it really okay to be so ostentatious? Didn't you say to keep a low profile? She looked at Hu Xiaoheng in confusion and felt that the situation was too different from what she had expected. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and pulled her out of the car. The two of them stood in front of the bright red Ferrari sports car. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and said leisurely, "You just have to get used to driving it. What's wrong with being ostentatious?" "But I don't want to be too eye-catching and ostentatious. It will cause you trouble." Gu Nianji said seriously, "I don't want to be a burden to you." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and held her shoulder as they walked to the elevator in the parking lot. He said dryly, "No matter how ostentatious and low-profile you are, there will definitely be a lot of people talking about you. If that's the case, why do you have to keep a low profile?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She didn't understand his words, but they sounded impressive. "I thought about it for a long time. Instead of letting you keep a low profile and constantly be targeted by them, it's better to be more high profile. That way, those people will be afraid to restrain themselves." Hu Xiaoheng walked into the elevator and pressed the number for the 18th floor. Say she didn't have a family background. He could give her a family background. Say she didn't have a backer. He was her backer. Gu Nianji's heart swelled with sweetness again. Is that okay? Why not? I think everyone who should know about what happened today must know. In the future, when they see this car, they will take a detour. Hu Xiaoheng said it casually, but his tone was absolutely unquestionable. Was he going to publicly declare his sovereignty? Gu Nianji had mixed feelings. After a while, she shook her head and said, "Actually, there's no need. I don't care." "You don't care?" Hu Xiaoheng laughed. "You don't care that you threw such a big tantrum yesterday?" Gu Nianji blushed and didn't know where to look. She stammered, "Actually, you just have to explain, and I will listen." But the key was that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't a person who explained everything to people. He was used to directly crushing people and making them speechless. Gu Nianji blushed and heard the elevator ding. They had reached the 18th floor. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and walked out of the elevator. The privacy of this building was surprisingly good. The elevators were 1 unit per floor, and people needed a special elevator card to go to their own floor. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng was still paving the way for her. She held Hu Xiaoheng's hand tightly and whispered, "Hu Xiao, thank you. Thank you for protecting me, sheltering me, collecting me, preserving me, preventing me from panicking, not letting me wander from place to place, and giving me a home to shelter from the wind and rain when I had no one to rely on." Hu Xiaoheng took out the keys and key card and placed them in her hand. "This will be your house from now on. You can stay here on the weekends, and come to my place on the long holidays." "Car, house, Hu Xiao, you're really spoiling me." Gu Nianji blushed and couldn't speak. He lowered his head and kissed the side of her face. He lowered his voice and said, "You're my girl. I want to give you the best treatment. Is there a problem?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and quickly looked elsewhere. She whispered, not yet what?" "Not your girl," Gu Nianji said boldly and looked up at him. Her eyes were watery, and her gaze was bold and timid. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He took her hand and kissed it. He looked at her deeply. "She will be soon." This was the first night watch. Reminders for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 7:00 on the second night watch, it was still a big chapter. Yes, it was in time. This time, the preview was definitely accurate. Mwah. Chapter 392. You're Gu Nianji. We have the same last name. Gu Yanran looked very friendly as she nodded at Gu Nianji. "May I ask what your name is?" Gu Nianji greeted her obediently and said, "Nian as in missing, and Ji as in Ji as in Ji." Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. "Nianji. Nianji. What a nice name. You flatter me, Miss Gu." Gu Nianji smiled and didn't know how to respond. Xue Jingjiang laughed heartily. "Yanran, how can you say someone else's name like that? Look at our Nianji, she doesn't even know how to respond." "Ha ha ha ha." Gu Yanran smiled. "I think it's a special name." Gu Nianji didn't mind and said nonchalantly, "Yeah, it's just one word anyway. That's my name." Hu Xiaoheng coughed and said to Xue Jingjiang, "Boots, you're treating Miss Gu to dinner. You can't be rude." He was hinting for Xue Jingjiang to take Gu Yanran away and not waste time chattering. Xue Jingjiang understood what he meant and also understood how Hu Xiaoheng felt about Gu Nianji. He smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. His tone was much more polite. "Nianji, we'll go eat now. Come to Jiolo Fengyue when you have time. I've prepared your favorite dishes for you and can bring them up anytime." "Thank you, Brother Xue." Gu Nianji thanked him obediently and watched Xue Jingjiang and Gu Yanran leave. Hu Xiaoheng asked her to sit down. "Have you ordered?" "Not yet, I'll order when you get here." Gu Nianji sat on the side of the double seat against the glass wall. Hu Xiaoheng sat across from her. His tall frame blocked out prying eyes and gave Gu Nianji a very complete space. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and waved for the waitress to order. "What dishes do you recommend today?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at the menu and asked the waitress directly. The waitress was very attentive and smiled. "Our restaurant's Valentine's Day set today is very popular. Would you like to order one, sir? What dishes do you have?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the menu that the waitress handed him for Valentine's Day. He immediately chose the most expensive set on the list, which was 6,666 yuan for two. For luck's sake, he specifically added, "Don't put onions on this black pepper steak." Gu Nianji didn't come here to eat, but to enjoy the ambience and feeling of the place. On Valentine's Day, having a Valentine's Day feast with the person you like was exactly what you wanted. Not long after, the set meal was served. First was the appetizer, a small plate of vegetable salad, a small bowl of fruit salad, and a long loaf of freshly baked French baguette. In order to eat with the bread, there was also a small plate of freshly defrosted caviar in the set meal. It was crushed with a knife and spread on the bread. It was incomparably delicious. Gu Nianji took the knife and fork and skillfully cut a few slices. She smeared caviar on them and placed them on Hu Xiaoheng's plate. Then came the corn seafood chowder. The sweet and crisp corn kernels perfectly balanced the aroma of the seafood chowder. The main course was black pepper steak and grilled codfish with red wine and herbs, along with a cold plate. The small dining table was densely packed with dishes. Gu Nianji knew that there would be dessert waiting for them after they finished these dishes. She couldn't help propping her head up and saying, "Do we have to finish all this? We'll definitely gain a few pounds after eating." Hu Xiaoheng took the knife and fork and cut a piece of steak into his mouth. After swallowing, he said to her, "Don't worry. We can exercise after eating." Gu Nianji was speechless. It was the middle of the night. How could he exercise? However, she quickly understood that this exercise wasn't the exercise she was referring to. She lowered her head with a blush and picked up the knife and fork. She silently cut the steak into small cubes and began eating as well. The steak here was actually just average. It was just nice to look at, but it was a bit overcooked. It was crispy on the outside and hard on the inside. It was quite a burden on the teeth. She stopped eating after 2 bites and switched to the grilled codfish. The fish was even more tender and luscious. She finished the entire red wine herb grilled codfish in one gulp and praised it profusely. "This dish is really good. The fishy smell of the fish is suppressed by the red wine herb, but the sweetness of the fish isn't taken away at all. It's really rare." Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji had only taken 2 bites of the black pepper steak and reached out to take it. At the same time, he pushed his plate of grilled codfish over to her. Gu Nianji quickly said, "That steak is too hard. It doesn't taste good. Hu Xiao, you don't have to eat so much. It's okay." Hu Xiaoheng looked down and picked up a square piece of steak. "Don't waste it." Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She dragged over Hu Xiaoheng's plate of grilled codfish and used the knife to divide it. On the other side of the restaurant, Gu Yanran and Xue Jingjiang's dinner was almost over. They were delayed for a while because they discovered Hu Xiaoheng. After returning to their seats, they ate a few bites before asking the waitress to take away the plates and serve dessert. Gu Yanran wanted tiramisu, while Xue Jingjiang wanted a small piece of New York cheesecake. "Jingjiang, you really should try the tiramisu here." Gu Yanran forked a small piece of tiramisu into her mouth and squinted. "The tiramisu here is really good. It's very authentic and has the flavor of Italy." Xue Jingjiang smiled. "The chef here was specially invited from Italy by the boss. Do you think it's authentic? There are many chefs in Italy, but not many can make such good tiramisu. Here, try it." Gu Yanran picked up an unused fork and picked up a small piece for Xue Jingjiang to put into his mouth. Xue Jingjiang ate a few times and forced himself to swallow. He frowned. "Isn't it too sweet?" "It's so sweet." "Is it really delicious?" "Delicious is secondary. I like it because it's the most difficult dessert to make. It's called the king of desserts." Gu Yanran said pointedly. "My own tiramisu is better than this." "Then I must try Miss Gu's personally made tiramisu when I have the chance," Xue Jingjiang quickly complimented. "I will if I have the chance." Gu Yanran looked up at him and smiled brightly. She was so beautiful and delicate that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Although Xue Jingjiang was an experienced man, he had no resistance against a natural beauty like Gu Yanran. He actually blushed under Gu Yanran's stare. His heart was thumping wildly, and his mind was blank. He couldn't even hear anything. All he could see was Gu Yanran's red lips opening and closing in front of his eyes. Her melodious voice lingered in his ears, but he had no idea what she was saying. He only had one wish in his heart: if only this voice could continue to speak, and never stop, that would be great. Jingjiang. Jingjiang. Gu Yanran reached out to knock on the table in front of Shui Jingjiang. What's wrong? I'm talking to you. Oh, I'm listening. What did you say? Shui Jingjiang snapped out of his daze. He couldn't believe an experienced man like him could have such an innocent day. Gu Yanran was annoyed and amused at the same time. She gently kicked Shui Jingjiang under the table. The sharp tip of Nick's high heels brushed past Shui Jingjiang's leg, causing him to feel a slight sting. It wasn't particularly painful, but it left a deep impression. I'm asking you, are you really childhood friends with Major General Hua? I've never heard you mention that before. Gu Yanran asked lightly as she took a sip of coffee. Shui Jingjiang had only mentioned that he knew Hua Xiaoheng, but there were many people who knew Hua Xiaoheng. Childhood friends, on the other hand, were different. Of course he's my childhood friend. I didn't have to tell you before. Shui Jingjiang regained his composure and joked. Besides, we're doing business. What does that have to do with Hua Xiaoheng? Right? If I'd known that you were close to Major General Hua, I would have asked my subordinates to sign the contract with you quickly. I wouldn't have needed so many letters of credit. Gu Yanran said seriously, although the bank's assessment of your finances is problematic, you have Major General Hua's backing. What's there to worry about? Hey, don't say that. Business is business, and favors are favors. I grew up with Major General Hua, but that doesn't mean he has to take responsibility for everything. Shui Jingjiang was a smart man and quickly tried to distance himself from Hua Xiaoheng. If the bank thinks there's a problem, we can negotiate and resolve it, but I wouldn't dare ask Major General Hua to be my guarantor. Oh. I didn't expect you to be so evasive. Gu Yanran looked at him strangely. It's not the first time I've done business with people from your country, but this is the first time I've met someone like you. You don't try to curry favor or take advantage of others. Fine, based on your character, Gu Yanran, will definitely befriend you. Shui Jingjiang grinned and raised his glass. Then it's a deal. Gu Yanran clinked glasses with him and asked curiously, Major General Hua grew up with you, so who's the girl he brought with him today? You said she's his child, but who brings their own child out for a Valentine's Day meal? Also, one's surname is Gu, and the other is Hua. Shui Jingjiang wasn't very clear about Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with Gu Nianji, but he knew that Hua Xiaoheng cared a lot about her and was probably interested in her. He said vaguely, that's why we said that. Nianji is someone he's protecting, so we all said she's his child. Oh. Gu Yanran didn't understand, but politely expressed her understanding and didn't ask further. They quickly finished their dessert. They paid and left. Before leaving, Shui Jingjiang waved at Hua Xiaoheng but didn't walk over to say hello. Gu Yanran also took a look and sighed. This Miss Gu Nianji is so beautiful. I wonder what kind of handsome men and beautiful women her parents were to give birth to such a beautiful little girl. Nianji. She's not bad. Shui Jingjiang laughed. Major General Hua's mother is the real beauty. You haven't seen her, right? This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 393. Major General Hua's mother. Of course I don't have the fortune to meet her. Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. Is she really beautiful? More than just beautiful. Shui Jingjiang turned to glance at Gu Yanran. Of course Miss Gu is a great beauty, but objectively speaking, she's far from Hu Xiao's mother. Gu Yanran didn't seem surprised at all. I believe you. Just by looking at Hu Xiao, his mother must be a great beauty. Otherwise, how could she have such a good-looking son? Haha, that's true. Hu Xiao has always been the best-looking brat among us. Xue Jingjiang winked as he looked around. Don't tell anyone. Gu Yanran giggled at his childish behavior. Jingjiang, I didn't expect you to be so funny. It's so interesting talking to you. The two of them walked out of the restaurant while talking and headed for the elevator. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened in front of them. A woman in a light cyan thousand birds will suit hurriedly walked out of the elevator and went into the restaurant. Gu Yanran glanced at her, then quietly followed Xue Jingjiang into the elevator. She didn't mention what had just happened. The two of them talked about the upcoming business deal and were very agreeable. The woman who hurried into the restaurant asked the waiter for directions and followed him to Zhao Liang's seat. This is the Mr. Zhao you were looking for. The waiter bowed and said to Zhao Liangzi, this is the Miss Bai you were waiting for. He then turned to leave. Zhao Liangzi looked at Bai Shuang in surprise and couldn't help looking behind her. Bai Shuang, it's you. Where's your cousin? He was clearly meeting Bai Shuang's cousin, Bai Yueran, who was also a colleague of his in the Special Operations Forces. How did it become Bai Shuang? Bai Shuang said apologetically, my cousin suddenly had an emergency and went abroad. She can't come. Before she left, she called me and asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. Zhao Liangzi's expression changed. It wasn't that he couldn't tell that Bai Yueran was tactfully rejecting him. What era was it now? If she couldn't come, she could use her mobile phone, text message, or any kind of instant messaging system to help her deliver the message, but she chose to let Bai Shuang help her pass the message. Bai Shuang saw the look on Zhao Liangzi's face and felt very sad for him. My cousin really has something to do. Actually, I wanted to call you, but then I thought it would be inappropriate to explain it over the phone, so I came in person. But from the looks of it, I might as well make a phone call. Zhao Liangzi was well trained and quickly composed himself. He squinted his eyes and smiled. It's okay. Come, sit down. We still have to eat even if your cousin isn't here. Have you eaten? Bai Shuang froze for a moment. You want to treat me to dinner? Yeah, why can't I? Under the chandelier in the restaurant, Zhao Liangzi's handsome and fair face was like a magnet that firmly attracted her gaze. Bai Shuang's feet were rooted to the ground, unable to walk out of the restaurant. She couldn't help but sit down in the seat across from Zhao Liangzi and whispered, then I'll have to trouble you. She paused and said, but this is your Valentine's Day dinner, it's okay, it's just a meal. Who says you can't treat friends to dinner on Valentine's Day? Zhao Liangzi said as he beckoned for the waiter. Serve the dishes. He had already ordered the set meal, and it took a full half-hour for Bai Shuang to arrive. Bai Shuang was also a little embarrassed. She was going to watch an old movie alone at home today, but she suddenly received a call from her cousin 10 minutes ago. She said that she was on a plane to Europe and had an urgent mission, so she couldn't make it to Zhao Liangzi's appointment. She asked Bai Shuang to help call and apologize. Bai Shuang immediately said, cousin, you should call yourself. But Bai Yueran didn't know if she was in a hurry to get on the plane or if she had something else to do, so she couldn't reach her phone anymore. With no other choice, Bai Shuang hurriedly drove over and personally apologized to Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi's mood had quickly changed. He looked at Bai Shuang with a smile and said, Miss Bai, you're dressed so beautifully. Don't you have a date? As soon as he said that, she sat down. It was obvious that she had nowhere to go. Bai Shuang blushed, but still said generously, yes, no one wants to ask me out, so I originally planned to watch an old movie at home. What old movie? Zhao Liangzi asked with great interest. Let's see if we have the same hobbies. It's a very, very old movie, almost 100 years old. Bai Shuang put her handbag on the side of the dining table. Have you seen Casabianca? Oh. Of course I've seen it. I really like the song with the same name, Casabianca. Zhao Liangzi raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's very nice. Really? I also like that song. Bai Shuang was so surprised that she couldn't help but hum in a low voice. Her voice was normal, but when she sang, there was a special low charm to it. Especially when she sang, "A kiss is not a kiss without your sigh. I love you more and more each day as time goes by." Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but hum along. The two looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect to have such a common hobby. With a common interest, the conversation between the two became smoother. Although Zhao Liangzi wasn't as eloquent as Yin Shixiang, he wasn't far behind. Bai Shuang had always had a good impression of him. Although he didn't like her, it didn't prevent them from being normal friends. She could suppress her love in her heart and only be normal friends with him. At the other end of the restaurant, Gu Nianji saw Zhao Liangzi and a beautiful woman eating with him when Hu Xiaoheng got up to answer the phone again. Ha! Wasn't this the former First Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bai Shuang? Gu Nianji frowned and searched her memory for this woman. She remembered many things. At that time, because of the Nandus satellite communication system incident, Gu Nianji had manipulated it behind the scenes and let Bai Shuang be in the limelight. Later, when she was in the United States, Hu Xiaoheng attended a cocktail party through Zhao Liangzi's video call and saw Bai Shuang. At that time, she only saw Hu Xiaoheng smile in Bai Shuang's direction, and she was so jealous. So this woman was Brother Zai's girlfriend? She had wronged Hu Xiao. As Gu Nianji thought about it, she couldn't help but smile and look down. What are you smiling about? Hu Xiaoheng had just sat down and turned to see Gu Nianji's playful expression. He quietly leaned over and kissed the corner of her lips. Gu Nianji was shocked and was about to push him away, but Hu Xiaoheng had already sat up straight. We haven't eaten dessert yet. What dessert do you want? Gu Nianji didn't want dessert and said, Hu Xiao, can we take the dessert home? She tugged at his arm and pouted to the other side of the restaurant. Look, that's Brother Zai and his girlfriend. Hu Xiaoheng turned his head to look in the direction Gu Nianji was pointing and found that Zhao Liangzi, who had been sitting alone a moment ago, had a female companion. And that female companion was Bai Shuang. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at them calmly and looked away. He said to Gu Nianji, she probably isn't his girlfriend yet. Ha! Brother Zai is still courting her. Gu Nianji was even more interested. Bai Shuang is the first secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right? TSK, young and promising. Brother Zai has to work hard to catch up. Hu Xiaoheng thought of Bai Shuang's father and shook his head calmly. I'm afraid Bai Shuang isn't suitable for little Zai. I'll tell him when I get back. Gu Nianji, after a while, she asked cautiously, Hu Xiao, are you going to interfere with Brother Zai's personal affairs? I'm not interfering. I'm just reminding him. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly as he waved for dessert. His military rank isn't low. If he wants to submit a marriage report, Bai Shuang won't be able to pass the background check. It was the first time Gu Nianji had heard the words background check, and she subconsciously felt uneasy. She didn't speak anymore and quietly finished an entire plate of cheesecake by herself. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her several times and saw that she was engrossed in eating, so he didn't say anything. After eating, he left the restaurant and was blown by the cold night wind outside. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure. She asked in a low voice. Hu Xiao, if you want to submit a marriage report, do you also have to go through a background check? It was the second watch. Reminders for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 394. The nights of early spring in the imperial capital were already very cold, and this year it was the so-called late spring chill, so it was even colder in the middle of the night. Gu Nianji was wrapped in a large down jacket, but she still felt the cold wind blowing into her collar. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and didn't say a word as he strode forward unhurriedly. Gu Nianji waited for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. She grew anxious and tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice, "Is that right?" Hu Xiaoheng sighed and stopped to look at her. "What do you think?" His position and military rank were much higher than Zhao Liang's, so Zhao Liang's marriage would have to go through more political procedures than Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji knew that logically speaking, this was the truth. But people always wanted to take chances. She secretly hoped that Hu Xiaoheng could make his own decisions about his marriage. Hu Xiaoheng's current response only meant that she was dreaming. Gu Nianji bit her lip. A gust of cold wind blew and blinded her eyes. Her eyes were bitter and sore, but she raised her head and didn't let the tears turn into tears and fall. This time, Hu Xiaoheng didn't coax or persuade her. He only took her hand and slowly walked to the parking lot, explaining to her, "This is a matter of procedure. It's very important. Do you understand?" Gu Nianji grunted softly. "I understand, but what are the contents of the background check?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's too early to talk about this now. As long as Gu Nianji's background was found out, the background check would be easy to solve. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what he thought of." Gu Nianji nodded and said sheepishly, "Hu Xiao, I was just asking. I didn't mean to rush you." They had actually just gotten together, so it was indeed too early to talk about marriage now. "You don't have to rush me about this." Hu Xiaoheng held her hand. "I'm thinking about it." That meant he was also thinking about marriage. Gu Nianji was instantly delighted. Her mood today had been like a roller coaster, with ups and downs. One moment she was at the peak, and the next moment she was at the bottom. It took a lot of energy and strength to have such a huge emotional fluctuation. When she sat in the car, she was already a little sleepy and fell asleep in the passenger seat. It wasn't easy for Hu Xiaoheng to drive the powerful Ferrari as smoothly as possible. Returning to the parking lot below the apartment building, Hu Xiaoheng parked the car and leaned over to help Gu Nianji unbuckle her seatbelt. Gu Nianji slowly woke up and happened to see Hu Xiaoheng's profile less than an inch away from her. Without thinking, she leaned forward and kissed Hu Xiaoheng's cheek. Hu Xiaoheng froze and turned to look at her. His gaze landed on her sleepy eyes and slowly moved down to look at her plump lips. Gu Nianji couldn't help pouting, as though inviting him to kiss her. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes crinkled. He tilted his head and planted a kiss on her lips. He kissed her once, then kissed her again. Then he turned sideways and pressed her against the car. Holding her head, he kissed her again and again. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and lost herself in the sudden kiss. They gradually kissed passionately, and the temperature in the car seemed to rise sharply. Gu Nianji even felt like she couldn't breathe. Her hand reached into the hair on the back of Hu Xiaoheng's head and gently stroked it, causing waves of tickles from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Even someone as composed as Hu Xiaoheng couldn't hold it in any longer. He finally reached back and pulled Gu Nianji's hands from the back of his neck. He chuckled against her lips and said, "If you move again, I'll *CK you right here." Gu Nianji boldly looked at him and whispered with a smile, "Really? Do you dare?" Hu Xiaoheng suppressed it and straightened up from her. "There will be a chance in the future." He took out the car key and got out first. Gu Nianji sat lazily in the car for a while before opening the door on the other side and getting out. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the front of the car and lit another cigarette between his fingers. However, he didn't smoke it and only looked ahead thoughtfully. When Gu Nianji got out of the car, Hu Xiaoheng threw the cigarette away and walked over to close the door on her side. He locked the car and took her to the elevator in the parking lot. They took the elevator back to the apartment from before. Gu Nianji was enveloped in a warm atmosphere as soon as she entered the door. She immediately took off her down jacket and hung it in the small closet at the entrance. Hu Xiaoheng handed the keys to the sports car to her. I'll get Big Xiong to take you for a test drive tomorrow. You can drive to school the day after tomorrow. Nah. Gu Nianji shook her head. Where can I park at school? I also have to get a special parking permit. It's too troublesome. It's not far from here, so I can take the subway or take a taxi. That's fine. You can drive to my place during the long holidays. Hu Xiaoheng also took off his jacket and hung it in the closet next to Gu Nianji's down jacket. Gu Nianji waited for Hu Xiaoheng to walk in before taking the opportunity to tidy up the closet. She arranged the two coats in a pose and hung them in the closet. Hu Xiaoheng walked straight into the bathroom in the bedroom to wash up and take a shower. When he came out, he saw Gu Nianji had changed into her loungewear and her hair was casually tied in a ponytail. She was leaning against the sofa and reading something on her iPad Air. I'm done. You go take a shower. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and went to the closet to get a brand new black t-shirt and casual pants to change into. Gu Nianji was surreptitiously researching what the background check was all about and didn't see Hu Xiaoheng come out. She quickly locked the iPad and said, "Oh." She tossed the iPad onto the bed and went to the bathroom to shower. Hu Xiaoheng had just changed when he received a call from Yin Xixiang. "Hu Xiao, the situation is bad. The other party is attacking again. They're not celebrating Valentine's Day." Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry and even joked leisurely. Yin Xixiang snickered. "Hu Xiao, it's almost noon on the second day of Valentine's Day in the United States. They're probably already up for work." Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the phone that could remotely control the central control system. He discovered that the other party's attack rate was indeed increasing. It went from once every 5 minutes to once every 5 seconds. Later, it was so fast that the timer couldn't even show it. This level of attack was even stronger than before he left. "Get Fan Jian to come pick me up." Hu Xiaoheng immediately made a decision. "There's a problem over there. Also, inform little Zay. If there's no special reason, tell him to be on time tomorrow. He could last until 9 a.m. tomorrow, but if the other party continued to increase their attacks, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. He needed little Zay to be on the field with him in order to counterattack." "Roger, Chief." Yin Xixiang became serious. "I'll get Fan Jian to come pick you up right away." After a pause, Yin Xixiang asked with a smile, "But Chief, what's the address?" Hu Xiaoheng changed into his uniform and gave the address of Gu Nianji's high-rise duplex apartment. "Have Fan Jian wait in the underground parking lot and call me when he arrives." Yin Xixiang quickly sent the address to Fan Jian and said, "The chief wants you to pick him up and take him back to the base." Fan Jian didn't say anything and drove to Gu Nianji's apartment. Hu Xiaoheng changed into his uniform and walked over to knock on the bathroom door. "Nianji, I have to go back to the base." The sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Gu Nianji poked her head out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. "You're leaving now?" "Yeah, something happened over there. I have to go back to take care of it." Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's watery eyes and cheeks, as well as her fair shoulders that were exposed outside the towel. She looked like a newly bloomed lotus with pink dewdrops rolling down her skin. He swallowed his saliva and looked away with difficulty. "If I leave, will you be able to live alone?" Gu Nianji was very reluctant to leave, but Hu Xiaoheng's profession meant that unexpected situations like this could happen at any time. After all, the enemy wouldn't be kind enough to wait until after the festival to harm her. "Yeah, I'm fine staying alone for one night. Gu Nianji nodded. Then I'll go back to school tomorrow. Is that okay? Do whatever is convenient for you. Hua Xiaoheng caressed her wet face. Send me a message when you get to school. Gu Nianji agreed and didn't even have time to change before Hua Xiaoheng received Fan Jian's call and rushed to the front door. Not long after, she heard the sound of the door closing and locking. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng had left. She wiped her hair and walked out of the bathroom. Wearing a white bathrobe, she scanned the spacious bedroom inside. But she couldn't help smiling sweetly when she remembered what happened in the bathroom. Sitting in front of the vanity, she combed her hair and put on a mask. Her iPad beeped. Someone wanted to talk to her. Gu Nianji picked it up and saw that it was He Zhiqiu. She thought about it and got up to change into her normal home clothes. When she sat down, she saw that He Zhiqiu was still calling her. Gu Nianji had no choice but to swipe it away and look at He Zhiqiu's handsome and aloof face on the screen. She smiled. Professor He, what's up? He Zhiqiu looked at his watch. It was 11:00 at night. He then looked at the background behind Gu Nianji. There didn't seem to be a man. He secretly sighed in relief. His tone was much gentler. Nianji, where are you? In my own house, Gu Nianji said slyly. Professor He, it's the weekend today. I'm on vacation. I've also finished writing the thesis and sent it to your email. He Zhiqiu's lips curved imperceptibly. I just finished reading the thesis. It's quite well written. But I'm not looking for you specifically to talk about the thesis. Professor He, I don't think there's anything else we can talk about other than studying. Gu Nianji's attitude was very firm. She didn't give He Zhiqiu any leeway to ease up. He Zhiqiu smiled wryly. Don't be like a porcupine. You're full of spikes the moment you see me. I'm really looking for you for something else. Gu Nianji chuckled. Then go ahead. I'm listening. He Zhiqiu's fingers drummed lightly on the table. The tapping sound was familiar to Gu Nianji. After a while, He Zhiqiu finally said, Someone asked me about you. I don't know what her relationship with you is, but do you want to hear what she has to say? Who is it? Gu Nianji relaxed. As long as it wasn't something between her and He Zhiqiu, Gu Nianji could handle it. Someone named Gu Yanran. He Zhiqiu looked down at the phone number Gu Yanran had left for him. If you have time, she wants to meet you. Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered the woman she had met at the 3 Michelin-starred restaurant today. She also remembered her relationship with Xue Jingjiang. Of course, she also remembered her interactions with Hua Xiaoheng. None of them were good memories. She frowned. Why is she looking for me? I don't even know her. I think maybe you should meet her. He Zhiqiu sighed softly. She said she used to have a younger sister named Gu Nianji. She's about the same age as you. She felt close to you the moment she saw you. She wants to get to know you better. This was the first night watch. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. The new monthly vote rule seemed to be going into effect today. Readers who had just come to Qidian to read could also vote immediately. They didn't have to wait until next month. I hope to see the monthly votes of my new friends. Wax. Chapter 395. Gu Nianji hadn't expected He Zhiqiu to say something like that. She didn't have time to hide her astonished expression, and it was clearly displayed on the iPad in front of He Zhiqiu. His cold and aloof face revealed a trace of a smile. It was like the first crack of thin ice in spring, full of sharp beauty. Of course, Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to appreciate He Zhiqiu's beauty. She quickly composed herself and calmly rejected, Professor she has a younger sister named Gu Nianji, so she wants to see me. I can't accept this reason. He Ji-chu had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other on the desk in front of him. He spoke to the iPad on the table, it's up to you whether you want to see her or not. I'm just passing on a message. Miss Gu Yanran must be quite important to have Professor He pass on a message. Gu Nianji smiled as she gathered her clothes and curled up on the large round chair in front of the vanity. She wanted to cover herself with a blanket. He Ji-chu carefully looked at where Gu Nianji lived but didn't see anything special. It was a very simple bedroom with very few things outside. It was like a brand new showroom. He heard Gu Nianji's teasing but didn't take it to heart. He said coolly, she's a big client of my American law firm, so we've had some contact before. She saw you at the restaurant tonight and learned your name. She also learned that you're my student at B University, so she called me. Gu Nianji nodded and said cheekily, I see. Thank you for the explanation, Professor He. Just tell her that we don't know each other well and won't be seeing each other. He Ji-chu almost burst out laughing at Gu Nianji's words, but after a while, he couldn't laugh anymore. He said coldly, she's 2 or 3 years younger than me, and you're already calling her auntie. To me, she's an auntie's age. Gu Nianji cocked her head, Professor He, you're a professor. You can't compare yourself to her. Her words made He Ji-chu feel better. He nodded, okay, then let's leave it at that. He hesitated but didn't turn off the phone. He continued to ask, I heard someone gave you a Ferrari today. Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she smiled, Professor He sure is well informed. Do you have a spy by my side? Do I still need to keep an ear by your side? He Ji-chu sneered. Classmate Gu Nianji's name has already become a hot topic on the B University campus forum. The B University app is pushing out special news on Valentine's Day, so it's hard not to know. Gu Nianji sat up straight. What did you say? What forum posts? Also, what the hell was an instant push notification? Gu Nianji quickly got up and went to look at her phone. She hadn't installed the B University campus app yet. She had no choice but to search for it in the App Store. After she found it, she downloaded it and opened it. Sure enough, it was a trending post on Valentine's Day. It was about the car Hua Xiaoheng had given her. For some reason, Hua Xiaoheng himself did not appear in the news. There was only Gu Nianji's silhouette and the flashy bright red Ferrari. Gu Nianji frowned and closed her eyes, making a helpless expression. Although she had already mentally prepared herself for Hua Xiaoheng giving her a car so openly in front of everyone, it would cause all sorts of discussion and gossip. She was also prepared to ignore the rumors, but when faced with the overwhelming news, she could imagine being the target of public criticism when she returned to school. She only felt a headache coming on. He Ji-chu saw Gu Nianji rubbing her temples. He looked down and asked dryly, did Hua Xiaoheng give you the car? Gu Nianji didn't answer and said to He Ji-chu, thank you, Professor He. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Professor He. Then she turned off the iPad in front of her. He Ji-chu watched the video gradually fade to black. Gu Nianji's silhouette disappeared from the screen, but she remained seated on the soft chair. She hadn't slept all night. Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to look at the overwhelming posts on the forum. She only saw a screenshot of a trending post from her roommate, Ma Chi-chi. When she went to look for the original post, she discovered it had already been deleted. That post was probably the only one that was completely against her. The other posts were a mix of black and red. Some were on her side and some were against her, so the ratio was fairly normal. Ma Chi-chi's message said that Miao Yunxiao was the one who posted the post, but a senior in the computer science department found the IP and sniffed it out. That was why Miao Yunxiao requested for the post to be deleted. But because the post was deleted, there was probably no evidence, so it would be easy for her to deny it. She could completely ignore the screenshot and whatnot. Gu Nianji shook her head, annoyed by Miao Yunxiao's actions. Luckily, she intervened in time and made Miao Yunxiao move out. If she was still her roommate, her days would be over. Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and her mood improved. She looked at the face mask on the dresser, but she couldn't open her eyes anymore. She tidied up the dresser and went back to bed to sleep. It was a sweet and dreamless night, and she slept all the way until dawn. It was Hu Xiaoheng's call that woke her up. When she heard Hu Xiaoheng's special ringtone, she crawled out of bed with her eyes closed. She grabbed the phone from the bedside table and unlocked it without looking. Still sleepy, she asked, Hu Xiao. Hu Xiaoheng knew she wasn't awake the moment he heard her voice. He turned around in his office chair to face the sky outside the window. Still sleeping? Yeah, I slept late last night. I'm exhausted. Gu Nianji murmured with her eyes closed. She covered the phone to her ear and lay back on the bed. Hu Xiaoheng asked, You're exhausted just like that? What about in the future? In the future. Don't tell me you're even more tired. Gu Nianji thought she was more tired than usual due to her emotional roller coaster yesterday. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. Yesterday was just an appetizer. I wasn't full. What do you mean you weren't full? You ate a lot yesterday. You ate everything in the dining room. Gu Nianji murmured until she heard Hu Xiaoheng's low chuckle. She finally understood what he meant. Her face burned, and she was wide awake. She opened her eyes and looked at the top of the bed. She thought to herself that this was a special way to wake her up. It was much more effective than Hu Xiaoheng threatening her with a 10-kilometer cross-country run. She rubbed her eyes with the back of one hand and sat up. She said to Hu Xiaoheng over the phone, Hu Xiao, how can you say that? I haven't even eaten breakfast this morning, and you want to eat me. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Fine, he had underestimated Gu Nianji's learning ability. No matter what, she was able to draw inferences and even surpass her teacher. Hu Xiaoheng coughed and turned the swivel chair back to face the computer in front of him. He twirled a pen in his hand and asked in a low voice, Did you sleep well last night? Did you choose a bed? No, I slept very well. I didn't even dream. Gu Nianji was completely awake now. She giggled. What about you, Hu Xiao? Did you sleep last night? Of course. I didn't sleep. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Okay, wake up early. Are you going back to school today? Gu Nianji nodded. The mention of school reminded her of what He Zhichu had told her yesterday about the instant notifications from the B University app. She pouted. My school used the news about you giving me a car as the Valentine's Day headline. Hu Xiaoheng said, Really? Yeah, you can search for it yourself if you don't believe me. Gu Nianji couldn't help but remember what He Zhichu had said. She felt that she should tell Hu Xiaoheng about it. Hu Xiaoheng opened the B University website to search for the news Gu Nianji had mentioned. Gu Nianji said, Hu Xiao, Professor, he called me yesterday. He said Gu Yanran wants to see me. Hu Xiaoheng froze. Gu Yanran. Why does she want to see you? Why did she go through He Zhichu? It's like this. Professor, he said that Gu Yanran used to be a big client of his American law firm. After seeing me tonight, she asked about my situation and found out that I'm a postgraduate student at the B University Faculty of Law. My supervisor is He Zhichu, so she went straight to Professor He. I actually don't understand why. She could have asked Xue Jingjiang to contact me, right? But Professor He said that she wants to see me because Gu Yanran has a younger sister with the same name as me. She likes me and wants to see me. I think she has ulterior motives. Gu Nianji pouted. She didn't really believe Gu Yanran's explanation. There were many people with the same name in the world. She couldn't possibly like every person with the same name to the point of inviting them personally. Did she think they were idiots? She didn't even try to find an excuse to get close to Wu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji cursed Gu Yanran silently. She felt that Gu Yanran's only motive was to get close to Wu Xiaoheng. After all, Gu Nianji had been brooding about the charity donation. Wu Xiaoheng's heart shrank when he heard the reason. His voice changed slightly. What did you say? Gu Yanran said you have the same name as her younger sister? Yeah. You said she doesn't even put her heart into her excuses. That's a bad review. Gu Nianji sat up from the bed disapprovingly. She bent down to find her slippers and put them on. Wu Xiaoheng's expression remained calm. He hung up after a few words with Gu Nianji. However, when he put down the phone, his other hand had already snapped the pen he had been spinning earlier. He slowly stood up from behind his desk and folded his hands behind his back. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, they converged into one. Big Xiong, come in for a second. Wu Xiaoheng spoke into the intercom. Yin Shixiang opened the door to Wu Xiaoheng's office. Wu Xiao, what is it? Close the door. Wu Xiaoheng lifted his chin. His expression was very serious. Immediately think of a way to get Gu Yanran's hair or blood samples. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang didn't know why, but for his profession, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't need to understand. However, because it was a serious matter, Wu Xiaoheng still explained it to him. You have to be careful. You can't let Gu Yanran or her people find out. She might have something to do with Nianji's background. Yin Shixiang's eyes widened. He was so excited that he stuttered. Really? Wu Xiaoheng didn't shake his head or nod. It's just a guess. I'm not even 10% sure. He just didn't want to give up all possible clues and information. It was the second watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes should be available by the end of the month. Wax. Chapter 396. It was Sunday after Valentine's Day. Many people partied the night before. Although it was already noon, most people were still sleeping soundly. The Imperial Capital Hilton Hotel was located on East 3rd Ring Road. As the oldest international hotel in the Imperial Capital, it was neither the most expensive nor the most luxurious, but its reputation as an old brand had overshadowed many hotels that were more expensive and more luxurious than it. Business people who kept a low profile and cared about their taste, as well as foreigners who came to the Huaxia Empire for business, all chose to stay at the Hilton. At noon, in a luxurious business suite at the end of the corridor on the 28th floor of the Hilton, Gu Yanran wore a white satin morning gown and sat on a dark red velvet chaise lounge. She leaned against a large pillow and held two photos in her hands as she stared at the street view outside the French windows. After a long time, a shrewd-looking man in his 50s standing behind her asked, "Miss Gu, did you really see a girl with the same name as Miss Gu?" "Mr. Chu, I did see her. She really has the same name and age as my sister, but she looks completely different from my sister 6 years ago," Gu Yanran said as she handed the photos to Chu Sholi. As Gu Yanran spoke, she passed the photo in her hand to Chu Sholi, who was standing behind her. "Take a look. This is how my sister looked 6 years ago, and how the Miss Gu I saw yesterday looked." Chu Sholi reached out to take the photos and studied them for a long time before shaking his head. "I think there are similarities between objects and people, but these two are completely different." Gu Yanran bent her legs on the chaise lounge and buried her head between her knees. "It's my fault. I neglected my sister because of Mom and Dad 6 years ago, Miss Gu," it's not your fault. The situation was urgent, and Mr. and Mrs. Gu were more important. No one can blame you. Chu Sholi comforted Gu Yanran politely. But... He paused before continuing. Second, Miss Gu never came back after she sailed out to sea 6 years ago. Do you want to investigate her background again? I know. Gu Yanran nodded. As soon as I saw her, I asked someone to tell me that I wanted to see her. Even though I know that she looks different from my sister, this little girl has a bad temper. She ignores people without saying a word. She refused to see you. Chu Sholi frowned. What should I do? Do you want me to try? Gu Yanran looked up. It would be great if you could help. After saying that, he smiled bitterly. Seeing that she has the same name as my sister, I won't treat her badly. Miss Gu, you've done enough over the years. Chu Sholi sighed with great sincerity. For the past 6 years, you've asked Interpol to investigate the pirates in the Caribbean. I don't know how many operations you've carried out and how much money you've spent. In fact, we've already advised you to stop. She fell into the hands of the pirates and didn't come to blackmail you. It's very likely that she was killed. Gu Yanran closed her eyes. I don't feel at ease. Every time I close my eyes, I see little sister calling me big sister. I'm always hiding in the corner and crying. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't take good care of little sister. Chu Sholi sighed as well. Seeing that Gu Yanran didn't mention it again, he bowed. Then I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything, Miss Gu. Gu Yanran nodded slightly but didn't open her eyes. She turned around and reclined on the chaise lounge with one arm across her forehead to cover her eyes. Her expression was indescribably sorrowful. Not long after Chu Sholi left, someone knocked on Gu Yanran's door twice. The voice of room service came from the intercom in the room. Miss Gu, please clean the room. Gu Yanran didn't say anything and continued to lie motionlessly. A cleaner in the Hilton Hotel's uniform stood at the door. She was in her 40s and looked like a plump middle-aged woman. With a humble smile on her face, she opened the door with the key card. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Yanran reclining on the chaise lounge in front of the French windows. She had an excellent figure, and her curves were like mountains as she lay on her side. It was very alluring. The cleaner smiled and greeted Gu Yanran. Miss Gu, room service. Gu Yanran nodded and got up from the chaise lounge to enter the bedroom inside. The cleaner put on gloves and began to carefully clean Gu Yanran's suite, especially the hair she had left on the chaise lounge. She collected every single strand of hair she had left on the chaise lounge into a transparent plastic bag. Later, when she was cleaning the bathroom and bedroom, she also put away the cup Gu Yanran had used in a transparent plastic bag. Gu Nianji left the apartment at noon on Sunday to return to school. She looked at the route and realized that taking the subway was the most convenient. It could go directly from her neighborhood to the East Gate of B University, so she bought a subway ticket and got off at the East Gate of B University after half an hour. When she returned to the dormitory, Machichi pounced on her as soon as she saw her. She asked with a smile, "Where's your Ferrari?" "I wanted to get a ride in your luxury car." Gu Nianji put down her backpack with a smile and said to Machichi, "The luxury car is at home. How can I drive it to school? There's no place to park." "Oh, that's true." Machichi scratched her head. "Forget it then. If you have the chance in the future, take me in one. Then I can brag to people that I've been in a Ferrari too." Okay, no problem. I'll take you for a ride next week when I'm free." Gu Nianji promised generously. "It's a promise." Machichi quickly extended her hand and high-fived Gu Nianji. The two chatted and laughed as they cleaned up the dormitory before sitting down to eat. Gu Nianji went home and brought back some snacks. Machichi also bought a bunch of snacks online and brought them out to share with Gunyanji. Gunyanji looked at the table full of food and Machichi, who was chewing away at the table. She shook her head. Chichi, you're turning your anger into appetite already. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Here, try this spicy duck neck. It's my favorite. Machichi used serving chopsticks to pick up a duck neck and put it in Gunyanji's small bowl. Food makes people feel better. What else do you expect me to do? Cry for you? Why would you cry for someone who's not worth it? Gunyanji raised her eyebrows and put on a pair of plastic gloves. She picked up the spicy duck neck and started eating. Come, I'll eat with you. Then we'll turn our appetite into weight. Two fat people will look majestic when we go out. Bah! Who's going to look majestic with two fat people? Machichi was amused by Gunyanji's words, but she also understood what she meant. Although eating and drinking could ease one's depression, the consequences were too severe. Just looking at the scale was enough to make one wish they were dead. Becoming fat for that kind of *tch. That was the stupidest choice in the world. Machichi took the last bite of the spicy duck neck and clapped her hands. Okay, I'm done eating. That's it for today. Nyenji, come, tell me about your Valentine's Day. Machichi washed her hands and sat cross-legged on the sofa. She hugged the little pillow and smiled at Gunyanji. Tell me, I'm all ears. Valentine's Day. That's it, there's nothing to say. Gunyanji giggled and tried to bluff her way out of the situation. She quietly changed the topic. Right, what's with the screenshot of the post you sent me? I didn't see the post. You mean the post? Machichi was instantly excited. She didn't press Gunyanji about her Valentine's Day, for now. She put down the pillow in her hands and ran to her room to take out her laptop. She placed it on the dining table and opened the saved post for Gunyanji to see. This is it. Miao Yunxiao posted it using a fake account, but she ended up getting scammed. She had to find a moderator to delete the post. By the time you see it, it's probably already been deleted. Gunyanji took the mouse and scrolled down line by line. She quickly skimmed through the popular post that had hundreds of comments in an instant. At first, most of the replies were expressing anger and scolding her for not respecting herself and tarnishing the reputation of the girls in her school. However, after a few pages, people began to speak up for Gunyanji. Not boiling water today, OP's jealousy doesn't need to be explained. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Otherwise, you'll be doomed if you develop eye cancer. Dear friends reading the post, jealousy is contagious. Big-eyed witch, OP hates these sneaky little people the most. What's there to say that can't be said in person? Why do you have to post online to slander others? OP, they gave you a Ferrari, so you want to pour acid on them, right? Too much homework to finish. Previous poster, the OP's mind has already been corroded by acid. That's why she posted such a big red post full of menstruation. Then came Machichi's love Meng Chichi the most. OP, jealousy is an illness that needs to be treated. If you don't take down this post today, I promise you'll be sued. We're all law students, so why do you have to be so shameful? As soon as Machichi's reply came out, the accounts that had spoken up for the OP and scolded Gunyanji suddenly disappeared. Then the computer science students followed up and began to check the IP addresses. It was really a good show that had caused an uproar. Gunyanji had only seen a portion of the screenshots Machichi had sent, so she hadn't expected such a bloodbath. She laughed as she read. I really don't know what's wrong with Miao Yunxiao. She just wants to attack me. How did I provoke her? From the first day I moved in, she started sneaking around and spying on me. Sneaking into someone's room, going through their things, and then trying to force them to move out. All these incidents really proved one thing: one shouldn't be a little princess. You're overthinking it. Ma Chichi shook her head. Just like how I never think about what others think, I only see what they do. Miao Yunxiao did so much, are you going to forgive her as long as she has a good reason? Then if I stab you first and tell you I had a reason, would you let me stab you? Gu Nianji laughed at her words. Chi-Chi, you're too straightforward. Even if you gave Miao Yunxiao 100 guts, she wouldn't dare stab you in the face. She could only stab you in the back. She embarrassed herself so much this time that she went home over the weekend and hasn't been back yet. Ma Chichi waved her hand. Okay, let's not talk about her. Come, tell me about your Valentine's Day. Gu Nianji didn't think she would still be unable to avoid Ma Chichi after going around in circles. She sighed deeply. I'm going to shower, then she ran back to her room and locked the door. Ignoring Ma Chichi patting and hitting the door, she smiled and went to the bathroom to shower. In the evening, the laboratory building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters was brightly lit. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the hallway on the 5th floor with both hands in his trouser pockets. He was lost in thought as he watched the sunset outside the window. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi stood behind him, one on the left and the other on the right. Both of them were equally uneasy. Not long after, the door to the laboratory behind them opened from the inside. Chen Lai walked out in a white lab coat, his forehead covered in sweat. He said to Hu Xiaoheng with relief, Hu Xiao, the hair samples you ordered to get have just been analyzed for DNA. What's the result? Hu Xiaoheng turned to ask calmly. The turbulent undercurrents were all hidden in his deep eyes, but he appeared calm on the surface. Chen Lai took off his round glasses and wiped them. He shook his head. Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji aren't related by blood. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. This was the first night watch. Remind everyone for their monthly and recommendation votes. The recommendation votes on Monday are very important. Also, it's the end of the month, so everyone should hurry up and vote. Click on the monthly vote, underlined in underscore on the right, and you can vote. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. Chapter 397. Hu Xiaoheng froze and paced around the entrance of the lab. His brows furrowed. After a while, he looked up at Chen Lai. Are you sure? 100% sure, Chen Lai said seriously. You can take it to another lab for cross-validation, and you'll know if I'm wrong. I'll definitely have to do the cross-validation. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Was it relief, or was it more worrying? Okay, there are still some unused samples. Do you want to take them back, Hu Xiaoheng? Chen Lai said as he returned to the lab to take out the experiment report and the remaining samples. Hu Xiaoheng gave Yin Shixiang a look. Big Xiong, take it back and get the military lab to test it. Also, find a civilian lab outside and verify it anonymously. Yin Shixiang took the experiment report and samples. Yes, Chief. Then we'll go. Hu Xiaoheng nodded to Chen Lai and left the lab building to return to his office. Hu Xiaoheng, how can it be such a coincidence? In Hu Xiaoheng's office, Zhao Liangzi sat across from his desk with a thin laptop in front of him. His fingers flew as he ran his program on the computer to search for information about Gu Yanran online. Like Gu Xiangwen, Gu Yanran was a millionaire in Barbados and had very little information about her online. Little Zay, send a message to our colleagues in South America and ask them to investigate Gu Yanran's family background, especially her father, mother, relatives, and friends. Their resumes over the past few years must be investigated in detail. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it as he gave the order. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi took the laptop and left Hu Xiaoheng's office to do his own work. Hu Xiaoheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his desk drawer and lit one in his hand. He opened the office door and went to the balcony to smoke. He had been very busy recently, but it was relatively easy. He didn't want to smoke when there was no pressure. But today's situation made him want to smoke again. White smoke rose in front of his eyes, and his mood gradually calmed down. This matter circled in his mind, but he couldn't grasp the key point. Gu Yanran had a younger sister named Gu Nianji, and they were about the same age. If it was a coincidence, then it was too much of a coincidence. Also, did Gu Yanran have anything to do with Xie Qingying? Hu Xiaoheng instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. But he had to believe the DNA results. What was going on? On the morning of the first Monday after Valentine's Day, Gu Nianji carried her backpack and the latest thin laptop bag. She rode her bicycle to He Jichu's suite for class. Along the way, she was constantly being stared at by her classmates. Occasionally, there were a few boys riding fast on their bicycles, passing by her like the wind, and then turning back to whistle at her. A bold boy with colorful hair even asked her, "Beauty, where's your Ferrari? Why didn't he come to class?" Let us broaden our horizons. He didn't sound malicious, so Gu Nianji wasn't angry. She smiled and replied, "There's no parking space on campus, so I had no choice but to park it at home." "Oh, then I'll have the chance to admire the beautiful Ferrari in the future." The boy laughed and whistled, then rode past Gu Nianji and went to his own school building for class. Gu Nianji rode her bicycle leisurely and arrived at He Jichu's building on the dot. When she walked out of the elevator and rang the doorbell, it was exactly 9 o'clock. It was time for their group discussion class. Among He Jichu's students, Gu Nianji was the only one with a master's degree. The other 4 were all doctoral students, so He Jichu allowed Gu Nianji to attend class with his doctoral students. Everyone was going to be in the form of a discussion class anyway, so He Jichu could focus on answering any questions. The door opened from the inside, and Duan Chen poked his head out. When he saw it was Gu Nianji, he immediately shouted, "Our Ferrari heroine is here." With a wave of his hand, he bent his back and made a 90-degree bow. "Please come in, my queen." Gu Nianji smiled. "Brother Duan is too polite. Are you making fun of me?" I wouldn't dare to make fun of you. Am I tired of living?" Duan Chun joked as he closed the door to let Gu Nianji in. When Gu Nianji walked in, everyone was already seated on the sofa in the middle of the room. He Jichu was still sitting alone on the large single-seater sofa. His expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. When he saw her enter, he only nodded and pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit." Gu Nianji came in and took a good look at the seating arrangement in the room. Gue Suyao sat on the first seat to He Jichu's right, and Brother Chen sat next to her. Brother Huang sat across from them, and the seat next to Brother Huang was probably Brother Duan Chun, who had opened the door for her. She didn't want to sit with Duan Chun or Gue Suyao, so she could only sit on the seat to Brother Huang's right, which was the seat He Jichu had asked her to sit on. It was the first seat on his left. Gu Nianji walked over and sat down. She gracefully greeted everyone in the room. "Hello, Professor He, and hello, brothers and sisters. Why are you here so early? Didn't you say it would start at 9? She looked at her watch. It was only 5 minutes past 9. This was because she had been delayed when she came in earlier. Brother Huang quickly explained to her, "Nianji, we have a habit. We have a class at 9 o'clock and usually arrive at 8:30. That way, we can chat first, exchange feelings, or talk about legal cases that aren't in the textbooks." Gu Nianji's mouth fell open. "Oh." She turned to look at He Jichu. "Professor He, I didn't know there was such a rule. I'll be there half an hour earlier next time." He Jichu looked at Brother Huang unhappily. "Little Huang, didn't you tell classmate Gu about this beforehand?" Brother Huang looked at Gue Xiao awkwardly. He had wanted to tell Gu Nianji about the class, but he happened to be busy that day. Gue Xiao volunteered to tell Gu Nianji, so Brother Huang asked her for help. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be completely unaware. So Gue Xiao didn't pass the message. Gue Xiao saw Brother Huang look at her and quickly explained, I went to Gu Nianji's dorm to look for her that night, but she was taken away in a super luxurious Ferrari. I heard it was for Valentine's Day. I didn't want to call her at night and interrupt her Valentine's Day date. Gu Nianji coughed awkwardly. Valentine's Day was the day before yesterday. I went back to school yesterday. Actually, Sister Gue could have just texted me. You didn't have to specifically talk to me. Gue Xiao laughed heartily. That's not good, is it? How can a text message be so clear? Of course I had to tell you in person about Brother Huang's request. Gu Nianji laughed. Sister Gue, is there anything that can't be explained in a text? If it doesn't work, send 2 or 3. If it doesn't work, call. What's the big deal? Do you have to tell me in person? Pausing for a moment, she continued, Senior Sister Gue has already memorized my cell phone number. Why didn't you remember to give me a call to remind me? Gue Xiao could hear the displeasure in Gu Nianji's voice. She smiled. Fine, fine. I'll take it as my fault. I'll definitely call you in the future. Nianji, please don't be angry. You'll get wrinkles and look ugly. She was trying to trick Gu Nianji like she was an ignorant girl. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. She wanted to retort, but saw the 3 men in the room watching the 2 women bicker with amusement. They looked like they were watching a good show. She could only swallow her anger and say to Gue Xiao, actually, Sister Gue has to study for her PhD and also be the counselor for our first year's master's students. She's really busy. She turned to look at Brother Huang. Brother Huang, if you can't find me in the future, you can just text me or call me. You don't have to trouble anyone. Brother Huang felt even more awkward. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Fine, fine. It's a small matter. Professor He, right? He turned to look at He Jichu. He Jichu replied coldly, being half an hour late is a small matter. I'll note it down and deduct 5 points for being late. You'll lose 15 points if you're late 3 times in a semester. Gu Nianji panicked. B University's credits were still on a 100 basis. However, homework accounted for 30%, midterms 30%, and final exams 40%. One sentence from He Jichu had deducted 5 points from her usual 30 points for homework. If this continued, she might even break her straight A record in her student career. Professor He, this isn't my fault. How can you deduct points from me? Gu Nianji was unwilling to let the matter rest. Gue Xiao smiled. Fine, fine. Professor He was just joking with you. Isn't that right, Professor He? He Jichu replied coldly, I never joke in class. It was the second watch. Reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. You should have them by the end of the month. Mwah. Chapter 398. Gu Nianji glanced at He Jichu quietly, her heart fluttering. She wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. Although He Jichu had a bad temper, he treated her well and protected her in many ways. Gu Nianji blinked, Professor He, I couldn't stand it. Didn't I make it up to you today? He Jichu's shimmering, sultry eyes crinkled, his aloof face instantly becoming handsome. Gue Xiao is Prime Minister Dou's relative, so we can't let her go for now. Before He Jichu could finish, Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed and she cut him off. Professor He, I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. It's enough that you reprimanded Sister Gue today. You don't have to be too strict and make Sister Gue look bad or give Prime Minister Do face. Gu Nianji thought Hijichu was trying to persuade her to keep the peace. After all, Gue Xiao was too powerful. Prime Minister Do was one of the 3 heads of state in the empire. Even Hua Xiaoheng had to salute him when he saw him. Hijichu's expression darkened as he said unhappily, "You think I'm asking you to back off?" Gu Nianji's large eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Isn't that so? Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" Hijichu had both hands in his trouser pockets, his posture as straight as a pine tree, and he had an unyielding aura. "Professor He, you've always been a good professor in my eyes. Also, you just came to the Huaxia Empire to open a law firm. It won't be good for business if you're at odds with Prime Minister Do." Gu Nianji turned to walk out of the conference room. Hijichu reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm, then quickly let her go. His palm was burning hot, and the place where he held Gu Nianji's arm felt like a soldering iron. Gu Nianji rubbed her arm and stopped in her tracks. She looked up at Hijichu. "Professor He, is there anything else?" His tone was polite and distant, as if they were strangers. Hijichu took a deep breath, as if he was worried that if he didn't speak now, he would never speak again. He quickly said, "Nianji, I don't know if anyone taught you that you can't be too absolute when it comes to people and things. The consequence of chasing a dog into a dead end is that you don't know when it will bite you back. Just like Gue Xiao, if I really kick her out this time, she will definitely vent her anger on you." Gu Nianji stared blankly at Hijichu, and the feeling in her heart grew even stranger. He was actually thinking for her, and he was very considerate. Gue Xiao's family background is ordinary, but she has an uncle who is the prime minister, which is very unusual. Of course I don't need to be afraid of him, but what about you? You have Hua Xiaoheng, but he's so busy. Will he be by your side all the time? With Prime Minister Do's abilities and the history between him and Hua Xiaoheng, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself if he really wanted to take revenge on you. Are you willing to hide behind Hua Xiaoheng for the rest of your life and never see anyone? Gu Nianji looked at him thoughtfully and began to consider it seriously. She really didn't want to hide behind Hua Xiaoheng for the rest of her life and never see the light of day. Hua Xiaoheng probably didn't need a woman who didn't even dare to show her face in public as his wife. Hijichu's words made sense when she thought about it carefully. If Gue Xiao was really forced into a corner, no one could predict what she would do. Gu Nianji also agreed with Hijichu. If Hijichu really kicked Gue Xiao out, Gue Xiao wouldn't hate him, but she would hate Gu Nianji to the core. This was because most people were like this. When faced with someone who was much stronger than them, they would unconsciously surrender and give in. They would only vent their anger on someone weaker than them. In Gue Xiao and Miao Yunxiao's eyes, Gu Nianji was weaker and someone who could be bullied without fear of paying the price. Of course, they were wrong about themselves, and also wrong about Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't want to be on the lookout for people trying to harm her all the time. Having Miao Yunxiao was enough of a headache, but she could only turn a blind eye to Miao Yunxiao and ignore her. She couldn't just kill her, could she? The Huaxia Empire was a legal society, and she was also a law student. She couldn't ignore the law. Gu Nianji nodded regretfully. I understand. I should be grateful for Professor He's painstaking efforts, but I just can't get over it. Tell me, why do I have to think about it when they treat me like this? Is it really better to be a bad person? Only good people think about the price. Hijichu couldn't help but smile, a flash of a smile on his cool face. I know how you feel, and I've planned for you. Oh. Plan for me? Gu Nianji was suspicious, and then make me feel bad when I see Gue Xiao every day. He didn't want to say it, but Gu Nianji was too sensitive in front of him. There were already so many misunderstandings in the past, and if he didn't explain it now, it would only increase. Hijichu made a decision in an instant. He coughed lightly, his hands still in his trouser pockets, and said dryly, "Have you seen a donkey blindfolded with a carrot hanging in front of its head?" "I haven't seen the real thing, but I've read comics," Gu Nianji said honestly. Hijichu's smile grew wider as he stared at Gu Nianji, as if he wanted to see the little girl who had been running around with him since she was 6 years old on her delicate face. "The donkey smells the carrot in front of it, and that's why it will keep pulling the cart forward. Similarly, for people like Gue Xiao and Prime Minister Do, you have to let them see that hope isn't too far away, but you don't have to let them know that hope is actually a mirage to them. It's something they can see, but can't reach." Gu Nianji instantly understood that Hijichu wanted to use his doctorate to keep Gue Xiao in suspense, so she wouldn't want to give up, nor could she. And as long as Gue Xiao didn't give up on this goal, she would treat Gu Nianji well, because this was a prerequisite for Hijichu to let her stay. The more she wants, the more she'll have to worry about, and the less likely she'll take risks. Hijichu reached out to tuck a strand of Gu Nianji's hair behind her ear, but Gu Nianji reflexively took a step back. He had no choice but to retract his hand and continue. "At the same time, it'll make Prime Minister Do hesitate, and keep hope in his heart that he won't fall out with us." "Professor He, you don't have to explain to me," Gu Nianji muttered. "You're the professor, and I'm the student. I'll agree with whatever you decide." Hijichu's smile faded. "Don't worry, I won't let her make things difficult for you. How about this, from now on, stagger your classes with them. You're a master's student and they're doctoral students, so it's not good for you to have classes together." "Oh." Gu Nianji looked up again and looked at Hijichu in confusion. "You want to have separate classes? But I'm only one person. Did she have to be treated so well?" Hijichu was a famous law professor, and he was only giving classes to her. This was the rhythm of a private tutor. Just thinking about it made her drunk. "Don't be too happy yet." Hijichu resumed his usual cool tone. "My teaching assistant went back to his hometown and won't be coming back. I'm looking for a teaching assistant. In a few days, I'll put up a notice in the faculty looking for teaching assistants. If you're willing, you can apply." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "I can be a teaching assistant? Even a student?" "Of course you can. Don't you remember the seniors you met at Harvard in the United States? American masters and doctoral students all work as teaching assistants for their tutors. Many of them even teach undergraduate students." Hijichu's voice suddenly became kind and pleasant, and he looked like he was guiding her patiently. "Also, as my teaching assistant, you'll get a monthly salary from the school and an allowance from my teaching budget. That'll add up to at least 20,000 yuan a month." Gu Nianji gulped. Should she fight for such a good opportunity? How conflicted, however, there will be a lot of applicants. If you're willing, then sign up. If you're not, then forget it. Hijichu turned to leave as he said, "Close the door when you leave. Also, I've already sent your comments to your email. Edit it according to the comments." He turned to leave without even looking back. Hijichu's evasive attitude made Gu Nianji feel slightly more at ease. She uneasily carried her backpack and left Hijichu's professor's building to return to her dorm. Hijichu was a man of his word. Early the next morning, a piece of news blew up the entire B University Faculty of Law. Professor Hijichu, the most popular professor at B University, was openly looking for teaching assistants in the Faculty of Law. This was the first night watch. Today was the last day of November. If everyone still had their monthly votes, then hurry up and vote. If not, then it's invalid. Click on the monthly vote and recommendation vote underlined on the right to vote. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 399. Hua Xiaoheng froze and paced around the entrance of the lab. His brows furrowed. After a while, he looked up at Chen Lai. Are you sure? 100% sure, Chen Lai said seriously. You can take it to another lab for cross-validation, and you'll know if I'm wrong. I'll definitely have to do the cross-validation. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Was it relief, or was it more worrying? Okay, there are still some unused samples. Do you want to take them back, Hua Xiaoheng? Chen Lai said as he returned to the lab to take out the experiment report and the remaining samples. Hua Xiaoheng gave Yin Shixiang a look. Big Xiong, take it back and get the military lab to test it. Also, find a civilian lab outside and verify it anonymously. Yin Shixiang took the experiment report and samples. Yes, Chief. Then we'll go. Hua Xiaoheng nodded to Chen Lai and left the lab building to return to his office. Hua Xiaoheng, how can it be such a coincidence? In Hua Xiaoheng's office, Zhao Liangzi sat across from his desk with a thin laptop in front of him. His fingers flew as he ran his program on the computer to search for information about Gu Yanran online. Like Gu Xiangwen, Gu Yanran was a millionaire in Barbados and had very little information online. Little Zay, send a message to our colleagues in South America and ask them to investigate Gu Yanran's family background, especially her father, mother, relatives, and friends. Their resumes over the years must be checked in detail. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it as he gave the order. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi took the laptop and left Hua Xiaoheng's office to do his own work. Hua Xiaoheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his desk drawer and lit one in his hand. He opened the office door and went to the balcony to smoke. He had been too busy recently, but it was relatively easy. He didn't want to smoke when there was no pressure. But today's situation made him want to smoke again. White smoke rose before his eyes, and his mood gradually calmed down. This matter circled in his mind, but he couldn't grasp the key point. Gu Yanran had a younger sister named Gu Nianji, and they were about the same age. If it was really a coincidence, then it was too much of a coincidence. Also, did Gu Yanran have anything to do with Xie Qinying? Hua Xiaoheng instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. But he had to believe the results of the DNA test. What was going on? On the morning of the first Monday after Valentine's Day, Gu Nianji carried her backpack and the latest thin laptop bag. She rode her bicycle to Hejichu's suite for class. Along the way, she was constantly being stared at by her classmates. Occasionally, there were a few boys riding fast on their bicycles, passing by her like the wind, and then turning back to whistle at her. A bold boy with colorful hair even asked her, "Beauty, where's your Ferrari? Why didn't he come to class?" Let us broaden our horizons. He didn't sound malicious, so Gu Nianji wasn't angry. She smiled and replied, "There's no parking space on campus, so I had no choice but to park it at home." "Oh, then I'll have the chance to admire the beautiful Ferrari in the future." The boy laughed and whistled, then rode past Gu Nianji and went to his own school building for class. Gu Nianji rode her bicycle leisurely and arrived at Hejichu's building on the dot. When she walked out of the elevator and rang the doorbell, it was exactly 9 o'clock. It was time for their group discussion class. Among Hejichu's students, Gu Nianji was the only one who was a master's student. The other 4 were all PhD students, so Hejichu allowed Gu Nianji to attend class with his PhD students. Everyone was going to be in the form of a discussion class anyway, so Hejichu could focus on answering any questions. The door opened from the inside, and Duan Chen poked his head out. When he saw it was Gu Nianji, he immediately shouted, "Our Ferrari heroine is here." With a wave of his hand, he bent his back and made a 90-degree bow. "Queen, please come in." Gu Nianji smiled. "Brother Duan is too polite. Are you making fun of me?" I wouldn't dare to make fun of you. Am I tired of living?" Duan Chun joked as he closed the door to let Gu Nianji in. When Gu Nianji walked in, everyone was already seated on the sofa in the middle of the room. He Jichu was still sitting alone on the large single-seater sofa. His expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. When he saw her enter, he only nodded and pointed to the seat next to him. Sit. Gu Nianji came in and took a good look at the seating arrangement in the room. Gue Suyao sat on the first seat to He Jichu's right, and Brother Wei sat next to her. Brother Huang sat opposite them, and the seat next to Brother Huang was probably Brother Duan Chun, who had opened the door for her. Gu Nianji didn't want to sit with Duan Chun, nor did she want to sit next to Gue Suyao, so she could only sit on the seat to Brother Huang's right, which was the seat He Jichu had asked her to sit on. It was the first seat on his left. Gu Nianji walked over and sat down. She gracefully greeted everyone in the room. Hello, Professor He. Hello, brothers and sisters. Why are you here so early? Didn't you say it would start at 9? She looked at her watch. It was only 5 minutes past 9. This was because she had been delayed when she came in earlier. Brother Huang quickly explained to her, Nianji, we have a habit. We have a class at 9 o'clock and usually arrive at 8:30. That way, we can chat first, exchange feelings, or talk about legal cases that aren't in the textbooks. Gu Nianji's mouth fell open. Oh. She turned to look at He Jichu. Professor He, I didn't know there was such a rule. I'll be there half an hour earlier next time. He Jichu looked at Brother Huang unhappily. Little Huang, didn't you tell classmate Gu about this beforehand? Brother Huang looked at Gue Xiao awkwardly. He had originally wanted to tell Gu Nianji about the class, but he happened to be busy that day. Gue Xiao volunteered to tell Gu Nianji, so Brother Huang asked her for help. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be completely unaware. So Gue Xiao didn't pass the message. Gue Xiao saw Brother Huang looking at her and quickly explained, I went to Gu Nianji's dorm to look for her that night, but she was taken away in a super luxurious Ferrari. I heard it was for Valentine's Day. I didn't want to call her at night and interrupt her Valentine's Day date. Gu Nianji coughed awkwardly. Valentine's Day was the day before yesterday. I went back to school yesterday. Actually, Sister Gue could have just texted me. You didn't have to specifically talk to me. Gue Xiao laughed heartily. That's not good, is it? How can a text message be so clear? Of course I had to tell you in person about Brother Huang's request. Gu Nianji laughed. Sister Gue, is there anything that can't be explained in a text? If it doesn't work, send 2 or 3. If it doesn't work, call. What's the big deal? Do you have to tell me in person? Pausing for a moment, she continued, Senior Sister Gue has already memorized my cell phone number. Why didn't you remember to give me a call to remind me? Gue Suyao could hear the displeasure in Gu Nianji's voice. She smiled. Fine, fine. I'll take it as my fault. I'll definitely call you in the future. Nianji, please don't be angry. You'll get wrinkles and look ugly. She was trying to trick Gu Nianji like she was an ignorant girl. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. She wanted to retort, but saw the 3 men in the room watching the 2 women bicker with amusement. They looked like they were watching a good show. She could only swallow her anger and say to Gue Xiao, actually, Sister Gue has to study for her PhD and also be the counselor of our first year's Master's Class 1. She's really busy. She turned to look at Brother Huang. Brother Huang, if you can't find me in the future, you can text me or call me. You don't have to trouble anyone. Brother Huang felt even more awkward. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Fine, fine. It's a small matter. Professor He, right? He turned to look at He Jichu. He Jichu replied coldly, being half an hour late is a small matter. I'll note it down and deduct 5 points for being late. You'll lose 15 points if you're late 3 times in a semester. Gu Nianji panicked. B University's credits were still on a 100 basis. However, homework accounted for 30%, midterms 30%, and final exams 40%. One sentence from He Jichu had deducted 5 points from her usual 30 points for homework. If this continued, she might even break her straight-A record in her student career. Professor He, this isn't my fault. How can you deduct points from me? Gu Nianji was unwilling to let the matter rest. Gue Xiao smiled. Fine, fine. Professor He was just joking with you. Isn't that right, Professor He? He Jichu replied coldly, I never joke in class. It was the second watch. Reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. You should have them by the end of the month. Mwah. Chapter 400. Professor He, Nianji didn't mean to do it. Please give her a chance and let her off the hook. Gue Xiao said sheepishly. He Jichu quietly looked at her. His clear eyes were like the moonlight in winter. Although they were bright, they were cold. Gue Xiao couldn't help but shiver. She quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at He Jichu again. Brother Huang saw that Gu Nianji's small face was tense. She looked like she was about to cry but was trying her best to hold it in. Brother Huang couldn't bear it and spoke up for her. Professor He, little Gue has a point. Nianji didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive her for the first time. Brother Duan and Brother Wei also chimed in on Gu Nianji's behalf. Have you all decided to plead on her behalf? He Jichu's gaze, as clear as the moonlight, swept across the faces of his 4 doctoral students. Does that mean that her points will be deducted from your heads? The 4 of them lowered their heads. They didn't dare to plead on Gu Nianji's behalf anymore. Gu Nianji's heart tightened. She couldn't hide the anger on her face. She clenched her fists and tried to control her emotions. She tried her best to argue with He Jichu calmly. Professor He, you really shouldn't joke about this. But the law is about equal rights and obligations. Your rule of gathering half an hour earlier is not a rule or discipline set by the school. It's an additional rule that requires both parties to reach an agreement in order for your rule to take effect. As for me, because your message didn't reach me in time, I didn't know about your additional rule. Under these circumstances, the additional rule cannot take effect. Therefore, you can't use this one-sided rule to punish me. The living room was silent. The 4 PhD students all looked at Gu Nianji. Some marveled at her ability to argue with He Jichu under these circumstances and not be at a disadvantage. Some praised her quick thinking and quick reflexes. She truly had the potential to be an outstanding defense lawyer. Others didn't think much of her. They thought she was stubborn and didn't know her place. How dare she argue with her tutor? She wouldn't even know how she died. He Jichu continued to look at Gu Nianji quietly. After a while, the corners of his lips curled up slightly on his expressionless face. An appreciative smile flashed across his face so quickly that no one saw the change in his expression. You're saying that because my message didn't reach you, the extra clause doesn't stand, and you shouldn't be punished for not complying with the extra clause, right? He Jichu said slowly, his expression as cold as ice. See, this is the result of going against a teacher. In the future, he'll definitely make things difficult for him. Some people were secretly mocking Gu Nianji, and their eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and felt that she hadn't done anything wrong. If someone had to take responsibility for this mistake, it shouldn't have been her. Professor He, I've made myself very clear, and I think you agree with me. If you really want to pursue responsibility, you really shouldn't pursue me. Gu Nianji said and looked at Gue Suya without flinching. So, Sister Gue, shouldn't you give me an explanation and take responsibility for failing to pass on the message? Gue Suya, who had been watching from the side with a smile, didn't expect the blame to be directed at her. She instinctively pointed a finger at herself. Are you talking about me? Yes, don't tell me there's a second Sister Gue in the living room. Gu Nianji spread her hands. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but Professor he wouldn't let it go, so I had to reluctantly find the root cause of the whole thing. The root cause of the whole thing was Gue Suyao, who had promised Brother Huang but disobeyed Gu Nianji and didn't pass on the message. Gue Xiao's expression immediately darkened. She tightened her grip on the mouse and forced a smile. Classmate Gu, it's good to be sharp-tongued, but it's not right to be unreasonable. It's your problem that you were late, I didn't ask you to be late. Also, your Ferrari was in the limelight on Valentine's Day. Who would dare to talk to you and steal your limelight? I have a clear conscience. You can push the blame away, but everyone's eyes are clear. Gu Nianji raised a brow. This Sister Gue was quite capable. She had mastered the art of making false accusations. Unfortunately, her opponent was Gu Nianji. Sister Gue, you're a Ph.D. student at B University's Faculty of Law. You can't be so illogical. Whenever Gu Nianji encountered an obstacle, her fighting spirit would ignite. Her entire person would brighten, and her large eyes would sparkle. I was late because of you. Didn't you tell me I was supposed to arrive half an hour earlier? How could I be late? Therefore, the person who is twisting words and forcing logic is you, and the person who is making false accusations is also you. Gue Xiao's expression changed. She was about to retort when Gu Nianji cut her off. She frowned. Sister Gue, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Gue Xiao's expression darkened, but she kept a straight face. Ask. Logically speaking, you're a Ph.D. student at B University's Faculty of Law. Even though you're working, you're still a Ph.D. student. How could you ignore the law and responsibility? That's enough, Gu Nianji. Gue Xiao didn't expect Gu Nianji to go so overboard. She couldn't help getting angry. Don't ramble on and exaggerate a small matter to such an outrageous degree. I'm not exaggerating. Gu Nianji decided to settle the score with Gue Xiao. On my first day of school, you, as the counselor of the first year's master's students in the Faculty of Law, took out my personal information from the faculty and circulated it to my classmates and staff. I was already pissed, but I didn't say anything because you were the counselor. Don't you know that you're invading my privacy by doing that? You're also disregarding the Faculty of Law's rules and regulations. You've made 3 mistakes. First, you disobeyed your instructions to Brother Huang. That's a dereliction of duty. Second, you made a mistake and tried to push the blame onto me. That's a dereliction of duty. Third, you're confusing right and wrong, and you're trying to frame Professor He. If Professor He really deducts my credits because of this, I'll have a measurable loss. I can definitely sue you and ask for compensation for my lost credits. Gue Xia retorted instinctively, I didn't. Don't slander me. Sister Gue, we're law students and should speak in the language of law. If you don't agree with me, you should say that you object. Instead of using an emotional but useless venomous slander to lower your legal literacy. Gu Nianji mocked her lightly. Brother Duan couldn't help but snicker when he heard it. Gue Xiao immediately glared at Duan Chen. Duan Chen could only rub his nose and look away. He didn't dare laugh. He Ji-chu was slightly taken aback. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? I told you, it happened on the first day of school. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I chose to keep quiet. But obviously, someone didn't learn her lesson and didn't appreciate my good intentions. Instead, she went from bad to making things difficult for me. Gu Nianji stared at Gue Suyao. Sister Gue, you're also my counselor. You won't make things difficult for me because of what happened today, will you? Gue Suyao's lips opened and closed. She couldn't say a word. She wanted to punch herself a few times. She really had nothing better to do that day. She had volunteered to help Brother Huang pass the message. See? You can't mess with someone like Gu Nianji, she'll take advantage of your small mistake and magnify it infinitely. That's enough. Gue Suyao said gravely, of course not. Like hell, Gu Nianji embarrassed her in front of He Zhichu. Would she just let it go? What a joke. But before Gue Suyao could think of a way to make Gu Nianji pay, He Zhichu already spoke. Gue Suyao, is this true? All you need to do is answer yes or no. Gue Suyao's face instantly paled. Her voice trembled. Professor I. Which one are you talking about? The one where you took out Gu Nianji's personal information and showed it to everyone. He Zhichu's expression subconsciously became serious. His gaze was so intense that Gue Suyao couldn't breathe. Her hand gripped the laptop mouse so hard that it was almost spasming. She looked at He Zhichu weakly but was scared away by his icy gaze. She hung her head and trembled uncontrollably. She finally whispered, actually, I was going to the faculty to check on sexual harassment and looked at classmate Gu's information. I didn't mean to, so you've done it before. He Zhichu's expression became more hostile. This is a serious violation of personal privacy. Even if you're just a counselor, you've already crossed the line, let alone a PhD student in the Faculty of Law. This was the first night watch. It was the end of the month. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Click on the _underlined monthly votes and recommendation votes to cast your votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. Chapter 401. He Zhichu was indeed a great lawyer. His tone and attitude were lethal, and tears welled up in Gue Suyao's eyes. Brother Huang and Brother Duan looked at each other but didn't say anything. Professor He, little Gue didn't do it on purpose. She's a counselor, so it's normal for her to look at Nianji's personal information. Of course, she shouldn't have shown it to anyone else. Brother Wei had a good impression of Gue Suyao, and seeing that she was about to cry from He Zhichu's words, but Brother Huang and Brother Duan didn't say anything, he had no choice but to put in a good word for her. Gue Suyao looked at him gratefully, Brother Wei, I really didn't do it on purpose. Thank you. He Zhichu shook his head. He propped his head up with one hand and rested his elbow on the armrest of the sofa. He said dryly, Little Chin, go back and read the general principles of the civil law twice. Write a thesis for me. It's called On the Privacy of Citizens. Brother Wei blushed and didn't dare to speak up for Gue Suyao anymore. He lowered his head and grunted, not daring to look up again. Brother Huang knew He Zhichu better than anyone else, and Gue Suyao was indeed in the wrong. He was more familiar with Gu Nianji, so he had no intention of speaking up for Gue Suyao. Brother Duan didn't want to offend either side, so he kept his mouth shut. Gue Suyao blushed at He Zhichu's scolding of Brother Wei, and her tears finally fell uncontrollably. Gu Nianji looked at Gue Suyao with mixed feelings. Today's incident was actually a small matter, she was only half an hour late. If He Zhichu wanted to deduct points, she could only accept it. But Gue Suyao always had a dagger in her words, and Gu Nianji didn't like it. She liked it when Gue Suyao showed her weapon and fought with all her might. She hated it when Gue Suyao fanned the flames from the sidelines. But that was a different matter. Gue Suyao had only been a little lazy this time, so how did it end up like this? Gu Nianji also fell silent, a pained expression on her face. He Jichu glanced at Gu Nianji but didn't relent. He said to Gue Suyao, "Classmate Gue, your PhD application isn't complete yet. Go back and wait for further notice." Gue Suyao was truly frightened. She had gone to great lengths to ask her uncle, Prime Minister Do, whom she had not contacted for a long time, to intercede for He Jichu to accept her as his doctoral student. It had only been a few days since school started, and she was about to be expelled. How was she going to establish herself in the B University Law Department in the future? She had already offended He Jichu by leaving her former tutor and becoming He Jichu's student. If He Jichu didn't want her anymore, her previous instructors definitely wouldn't want her anymore, and the other instructors in the faculty wouldn't want to get involved either. She might even have to leave B University and continue her studies at another university. That was simply falling from heaven to hell. Gue Xiao cried even louder. Brother Huang and Brother Duan had no choice but to stand up and drag Gu Nianji to the small conference room in He Jichu's suite. "Nianji, come here. We need to talk to you about something. We don't want you to offend Professor He again." Gu Nianji understood what they meant. They didn't want Gue Xiao to be embarrassed in front of them. She stood up and quickly followed Brother Huang and Brother Duan to the conference room. Brother Wei looked at Gue Xiao's teary eyes and opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He followed Gu Nianji and the others to the conference room. Only He Jichu and Gue Xiao were left in the living room. Without an outsider present, Gue Xiao's face and demeanor that she struggled to maintain were immediately thrown away. She sobbed and lowered her voice to plead with He Jichu. "Professor He, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I admit I was wrong. You can punish me however you want, deduct my marks, I'll accept it all. But please don't kick me out. I already offended my previous tutor in order to study under you. If you don't want me anymore, I'll have nowhere to go. That's not my problem." He Jichu replied coldly. "People who break the law don't get a chance to bargain. They will all be punished by the law." Gue Xiao's body swayed. She slid off the sofa and almost knelt before He Jichu. "Professor He, I beg you. I'll accept any punishment you give me. I just ask that you don't kick me out." He Jichu looked at her for a while. He continued to support his head and maintain his posture. His gaze was cold and his expression indifferent. "You really haven't completed the paperwork yet. I haven't signed the last document yet." Gue Xiao's head jerked up. Her face was a mess of tears. Her foundation had been washed away by her tears. Her eyeliner was smeared and there were several black marks on her face from the tears. She looked truly pitiful. But when she had power in her hands, she had no mercy when it came to torturing others. He Jichu knew this kind of person very well. He didn't chase her into a dead end. He only looked down and said coolly, "Go back first. I'll discuss this with the faculty and understand your situation. At the time, your uncle interceded, so I said I could give it a try. So it was just a try." Gue Xiao's heart sank. Her entire body trembled. She looked at He Jichu pitifully. "Professor He, I really want to be your student. Please give me a chance. I've already given you a chance. I've also given your uncle face." He Jichu said patiently, "But you can only give face once. Opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. Your actions have truly disappointed me. I haven't decided whether to accept you as a PhD student yet. Also, I have a set of test papers. You have to finish them and pass the exam. We'll talk after that." Gue Xiao had no choice but to say, "Then when is the exam?" "Professor He, please pick a time. There's no rush." Go back first. He Ji-chu stood up. That's all for today. Gue Suyao was practically kicked out by He Ji-chu. She left the professor's building in a daze. The first thing she did was return to her dorm to change. She then hailed a cab to find her uncle for help. When He Ji-chu arrived at the conference room, he saw Brother Huang and Brother Duan surrounding Gu Nianji. They were constantly explaining things to take note of. Gu Nianji listened attentively and even took notes in her notebook. He Ji-chu crossed his arms and watched quietly at the door for a while. When they were done, he said dryly, "You can go back now. You don't have to attend class today." Brother Huang and Brother Duan quickly packed their things and said goodbye to Gu Nianji. Brother Wei looked at Gu Nianji and hesitated to speak. In the end, he didn't say anything. When he arrived at the door, he said to He Ji-chu, "Goodbye, Professor He." Then he left. He Ji-chu nodded at him and watched them leave. Gu Nianji packed her backpack and slowly walked to the door. "Goodbye, Professor He." "Nianji." He Ji-chu stopped her. "Why are you only telling me about Gue Xiao now? What are you talking about? She's the one who spread your personal information." He Ji-chu looked at her with a hint of heartache. "This kind of thing can be big or small. You must tell me in time in the future. Don't keep it to yourself." It was the second watch. It was the end of the month. Everyone should hurry up and vote. Chapter 402. Gu Nianji glanced at He Ji-chu quietly, her heart fluttering. She wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. Although He Ji-chu had a bad temper, he treated her well and protected her in many ways. Gu Nianji blinked. "Professor He, I couldn't stand it. Didn't I make it up to you today?" He Ji-chu's shimmering, sultry eyes crinkled, his aloof face instantly becoming handsome. "Gue Xiao is Prime Minister Dou's relative, so we can't let her go for now." Before He Ji-chu could finish, Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed and she cut him off. "Professor He, I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. It's enough that you reprimanded Sister Gue today. You don't have to be too strict and make Sister Gue look bad or give Prime Minister Dou face." Gu Nianji thought He Ji-chu was trying to persuade her to keep the peace. After all, Gue Xiao was too powerful. Prime Minister Dou was one of the 3 heads of state in the empire. Even Hua Xiaoheng had to salute him when he saw him. He Ji-chu's expression darkened as he said unhappily, "You think I'm asking you to back off?" Gu Nianji's large eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Isn't that so? Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" He Ji-chu had both hands in his trouser pockets, his posture as straight as a pine tree, and he had an unyielding aura. "Professor He, you've always been a good professor in my eyes. Also, you just came to the Huaxia Empire to open a law firm. It won't be good for business if you're at odds with Prime Minister Dou." Gu Nianji turned to walk out of the conference room. He Ji-chu reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm, then quickly let her go. His palm was burning hot, and the place where he held Gu Nianji's arm felt like a soldering iron. Gu Nianji rubbed her arm and stopped in her tracks. She looked up at He Ji-chu. "Professor He, is there anything else?" His tone was polite and distant, as if they were strangers. He Ji-chu took a deep breath, as if he was worried that if he didn't speak now, he would never speak again. He quickly said, "Nianji, I don't know if anyone taught you that you can't be too absolute when it comes to people and things. The consequence of chasing a dog into a dead end is that you don't know when it will bite you back. Just like Gue Xiao, if I really kick her out this time, she will definitely vent her anger on you." Gu Nianji stared blankly at He Ji-chu, and the feeling in her heart grew even stranger. He was actually thinking for her, and he was very considerate. Gue Xiao's family background is ordinary, but she has an uncle who is the prime minister, which is very unusual. Of course I don't need to be afraid of him, but what about you? You have Hu Xiaoheng, but he's so busy. Will he be by your side all the time? With Prime Minister Dou's abilities and the history between him and Hu Xiaoheng, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself if he really wanted to take revenge on you. Are you willing to hide behind Hu Xiaoheng for the rest of your life and never see anyone? Gu Nianji looked at him thoughtfully and began to consider it seriously. She really didn't want to hide behind Hu Xiaoheng for the rest of her life and never see the light of day. Hu Xiaoheng probably didn't need a woman who didn't even dare to show her face in public as his wife. He Zichu's words made sense when she thought about it carefully. If Gue Suyao was really forced into a corner, no one could predict what she would do. Gu Nianji also agreed with He Zichu. If He Zichu really kicked Gue Suyao out, Gue Suyao wouldn't hate him, but she would hate Gu Nianji to the core. This was because most people were like this. When faced with someone who was much stronger than them, they would unconsciously surrender and give in. They would only vent their anger on someone weaker than them. In Gue Suyao and Miao Yunxiao's eyes, Gu Nianji was weaker and someone who could be bullied without fear of paying the price. Of course, they were wrong about themselves, and also wrong about Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't want to be on the lookout for people trying to harm her all the time. Having Miao Yunxiao was enough of a headache, but she could only turn a blind eye to Miao Yunxiao and ignore her. She couldn't just kill her, could she? The Huaxia Empire was a legal society, and she was also a law student. She couldn't ignore the law. Gu Nianji nodded regretfully. I understand. I should be grateful for Professor He's painstaking efforts, but I just can't get over it. Tell me, why do I have to think about it when they treat me like this? Is it really better to be a bad person? Only good people think about the price. He Zichu couldn't help but smile, a flash of a smile on his cool face. I know how you feel, and I've planned for you. Oh. Plan for me. Gu Nianji was suspicious, and then make me feel bad when I see Gue Suyao every day. He didn't want to say it, but Gu Nianji was too sensitive in front of him. There were already so many misunderstandings in the past, and if he didn't explain it now, it would only increase. He Zichu made a decision in an instant. He coughed lightly, his hands still in his trouser pockets, and said dryly, Have you seen a donkey blindfolded with a carrot hanging in front of its head? I've never seen the real thing, but I've read comics, Gu Nianji said honestly. He Zichu's smile gradually widened as he stared at Gu Nianji, as if he wanted to see the little girl who had been running around with him since she was 6 years old on her delicate face. The donkey smells the carrot in front of it, so it will steadily pull the cart forward. Similarly, for people like Gue Suyao and Prime Minister Dou, you have to let them see that hope is not far away, but you don't have to let them know that that hope is actually a mirage to them. It's something they can see, but can't reach. Gu Nianji instantly understood that He Zichu wanted to use his PhD position to keep Gue Suyao in suspense, so she didn't want to give up and couldn't give up. And as long as Gue Suyao didn't give up on this goal, she would treat Gu Nianji well, because this was a prerequisite for He Zichu to let her stay. The more she wants, the more she'll have to worry about, and the less likely she'll take risks. He Zichu reached out to tuck a strand of Gu Nianji's hair behind her ear, but Gu Nianji reflexively took a step back. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand and continue. At the same time, it'll make Prime Minister Dou hesitate, and keep the hope that he won't fall out with us. Professor He, you don't have to explain to me, Gu Nianji muttered. You're the professor, and I'm the student. I'll agree with whatever you decide. He Zichu's smile faded. Don't worry, I won't let her make things difficult for you again. How about this, from now on, you and them will have different classes. You're a master's student, and they're PhD students. It's not good to have classes together. Oh. Gu Nianji looked up again and looked at He Zichu in confusion. You want to have separate classes. But I'm only one person. Did she have to be treated so well? He Ji-chu was a famous law professor, and he was only giving classes to her. This was the rhythm of a private tutor. Just thinking about it made her drunk. Don't be too happy yet. He Ji-chu resumed his usual cool tone. My teaching assistant went back to his hometown and won't be coming back. I'm looking for a teaching assistant. In a few days, I'll put up a notice in the faculty looking for teaching assistants. If you're willing, you can apply. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. I can be a teaching assistant? Even a student? Of course you can. Don't you remember the seniors you met at Harvard in the United States? Masters and PhD students in the United States all work as teaching assistants for their tutors. Many of them even teach undergraduate students. He Ji-chu's voice suddenly became kind and pleasant, and he looked like he was guiding her patiently. Also, as my teaching assistant, you'll get a monthly salary from the school and an allowance from my teaching budget. That'll add up to at least 20,000 yuan a month. Gu Nianji gulped. Should she fight for such a good opportunity? How conflicted, however, there will be a lot of applicants. If you're willing, then sign up. If not, then forget it. He Ji-chu turned to leave as he said, close the door on your way out. Also, I've already sent the comments on your thesis to your email. Revise it according to the comments. He turned to leave without even looking back. He Ji-chu's evasive attitude made Gu Nianji feel slightly more at ease. She carried her backpack uneasily and left He Ji-chu's professor's building to return to her dorm. He Ji-chu was a man of his word. Early the next morning, a piece of news blew up the entire B University faculty of law. Professor He Ji-chu, the most popular person at B University, was openly looking for teaching assistants in the faculty of law. This was the first night watch. Today was the last day of November. If everyone could still cast their monthly votes, then hurry up and cast them. If you didn't, then it would be invalid. Click on the monthly vote and recommendation vote underlined on the right underscore to cast your vote. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 403. Nianji. Get up, get up. Ma Qiqi pounded on Gu Nianji's door excitedly. Big news. Big news. Breaking news. It might be the biggest news of the century. Gu Nianji didn't have class today. She had gone to the library to edit her thesis after leaving He Ji-chu's place and didn't return until 7 p.m. Her brain had been working intensely all day and she was tired. She took a shower and fell asleep. When Ma Qiqi woke her up, she realized it was already 9 a.m. She had slept for a full 12 hours. Gu Nianji sat up in bed and spaced out for a while before removing the blankets and getting out of bed. She put on the silk and cotton nightgown she wore in the room and opened the door. Ma Qiqi's raised hand froze in midair. She froze when she saw Gu Nianji just waking up. Then she burst out laughing. Nianji. You actually slept in. Gu Nianji ran her hand through her hair and smiled lazily. I don't have class today, so I wanted to sleep a bit more. What happened? You almost made a hole in my door. You're exaggerating. Ma Qiqi looked at the door. Where's the hole? She glanced at Gu Nianji with a giggle. Don't change the subject. I just saw the big news. The arrogant Professor He Ji-chu is openly recruiting teaching assistants from the faculty of law. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that He Ji-chu was really quick to act. He had only told her yesterday that he would announce the news in a few days, and now it was out today. Is he really recruiting from the entire faculty? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. Where's the news? Here, see for yourself. Machichi handed her iPad over. This is our department's app. Look at the important news that's being pushed. Gu Nianji looked down to take Machichi's iPad and read it carefully. He Jichu's recruitment announcement was very simple. He said he was looking for a teaching assistant and planned to choose from the Faculty of Law. Anyone from undergrad to doctoral students could apply. The requirements were simple: outstanding ability, good conduct, and at least 3 recommendation letters from different people. Then, after applying, they had to pass a test he personally set. If chosen, he would be a teaching assistant for 3 years with a good salary. Gu Nianji looked at the shiny iPad with a complicated expression before returning it to Machichi. Do you want to sign up? Of course. You know, it's always good to have a dream. What if we meet a ghost? Machichi giggled. She had already opened the registration page on the homepage of the Faculty of Law. She entered her student email address to register. Every student in B University had their own unique student email box. It was used to receive official emails and communicate with professors and mentors. Just like their identity authentication. To register on campus, one only needed to log into their student email account. Nianji, you register too. Machichi pulled her arm and placed her on the iPad. Hurry up and enter it. Gu Nianji was still a little hesitant. He Jichu had a strange temper and was very temperamental. She was already his master's student. If she became his teaching assistant, she would have to spend most of her time with He Jichu. When Machichi saw that Gu Nianji didn't sign up right away, her eyebrows shot up to the sky. Nianji, why are you so stubborn that you have to make life difficult for yourself? She tried to persuade her. Are you going to give up such a good opportunity? Yes, it was indeed a very good opportunity. Not only would she have a generous salary as a teaching assistant, but she would also be able to add a strong line to her resume in the future. He Jichu's name was equally useful in the Huaxia and American legal circles. With his name on her resume, it would be much easier to find a job in the future. Also, she could learn a lot by following him as his teaching assistant. Her eyes darted around as she made a decision. Okay, I'll register. That's right. Machichi patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Let's make it clear that whoever gets this position has to treat the other person to a meal. It's a deal. Gu Nianji extended her hand and clapped it 3 times with Machichi. It was settled. In just a short while, Gu Nianji went back to the website to register again. She discovered that she had already become the 402nd person to register. The entire B University Faculty of Law had about 600 undergraduates, masters, and doctoral students. So 2/3 of them had already signed up to compete for He Jichu's teaching assistant position. Look, this is what it means to be popular. This is what it means to have hundreds responding to a single call. This is what it means to have real ability. Machichi clicked her tongue from the side. This is even more intense than choosing a principal. Gu Nianji became nervous again when she saw so many people signing up. Could she compete with these people? I think everyone who is suitable has signed up. Even people who aren't suitable have signed up. Machichi looked at the email of the people signing up. Look, I know this person. She's a senior this year and will graduate in the summer. She actually came to compete for a teaching assistant. Look, Professor, he clearly said that if she can be a teaching assistant for 3 years, she will graduate immediately. She didn't even take the postgraduate entrance exam. Isn't that bullshit? Chinese people should really change this bad habit of joining in on the fun. Gu Nianji laughed at her words. You're always complaining. Okay, go get ready. I need to wash my face and brush my teeth, and take a shower. She pushed Machichi out and closed the door before going to the bathroom to fill up the water for a shower. He Ji-chu was in his study looking at the list of applicants that kept popping up on his computer. After waiting for a long time, Gu Nianji's name finally appeared. He tapped her name twice with his pen before closing the application page to indicate the end of the application period. He then went to prepare for the exam. After Gue Suyao returned home dejectedly, she cried to her mother about what had happened at school. She didn't dare tell the truth and only said that she had unintentionally offended Professor He and might not be able to be his doctoral student anymore. Also, she had offended her previous supervisors so badly that they wouldn't accept her even if she wanted to transfer back now. What was she going to do? Gue Xiao felt like the sky was falling on her. Her bright future had been ruined because of Gu Nianji. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her initial fear slowly turned into self-reproach, and then into hatred for Gu Nianji. Just as she was about to fight to the death with Gu Nianji, her mother called her uncle, Prime Minister Do's official residence. Of course, they didn't have the chance to speak to Prime Minister Do right away and could only leave a message for the operator. Prime Minister Do was considerate towards the mother and daughter and called them right after he finished work. When he found out about Gue Xiao's experience, Prime Minister Do also felt that He Ji-chu was making a mountain out of a molehill. He had only forgotten to pass on the message. Was there a need to fire him? In the afternoon, He Ji-chu received a call from Prime Minister Do himself. Lawyer He, I heard that my niece has been naughty recently. Did she make you angry? Prime Minister Do chuckled and looked like a nice person trying to smooth things over. She's really bad. I've already scolded her and asked her to apologize to you. Oh, she can even write a self-reflection. Just calm down and don't take offense at a child's level. He Ji-chu was slightly amused as he replied dryly, your naughty niece is 26 years old this year. I never knew a 26-year-old was still a child. Prime Minister Do let out a hearty laugh. Lawyer He, you're so funny. Fine, I can't win against you. Let little Gue apologize to Lawyer He. She'll do whatever you want her to do and won't dare to disobey. He Ji-chu smiled but didn't say anything. Prime Minister Do begged for a long time and even pulled some strings for He Ji-chu's sovereign descent law firm, promising him several large government contracts. He Ji-chu finally said reluctantly, since Prime Minister Do is so sincere, I appreciate it. How about this, Gue Xiao can come back for now and we'll see what happens next. What he meant was that if Gue Xiao did anything wrong, she wouldn't have another chance. Prime Minister Do only wanted He Ji-chu to accept Gue Xiao, so he agreed to his conditions without hesitation. As soon as he put down the phone, the door to the study was pushed open. His youngest daughter, Do Ayin, rushed in and said excitedly, Dad. Professor He is hiring a teaching assistant. Can you please write a recommendation letter for me? It was the second watch. Today was the last day of November. If you can still vote, please do so quickly. If you don't vote, it's invalid. Click on the right _underlined monthly vote and recommendation vote and you can vote. Good night, everyone. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 404. Prime Minister Do was still holding the phone in his study and He Ji-chu's voice seemed to echo in his ears. When he heard Professor He again from his youngest daughter's ear, Prime Minister Do froze and asked, What did you say? What Professor He? What recommendation letter? It's that famous lawyer from the United States. That lawyer He Ji-chu who flew my sister home on his own transatlantic plane. That means he's a professor at the B University Faculty of Law. Do Ayin listed He Ji-chu's identity in one breath. It was a long list and a dazzling resume. Prime Minister Do understood, he's hiring a teaching assistant? Didn't the school assign him one? Most professors are assigned by the school, but who is Professor He? He said he wants to pick his own. Would the school dare say no? Do Ayin pouted and turned to sit cross-legged on the sofa in the corner of Prime Minister Do's study. She propped up her chin with one hand, her fair face filled with naivety. Prime Minister Do had already made a name for himself when she was born. She really was a pampered child raised by a wealthy family and was more daring and casual than her sister. Of course, she was also more willful. She had never been unable to get what she wanted. Prime Minister Do thought about it and decided it wasn't a big deal. He had a personal relationship with He Jichu anyway. It would be best if the two families could be friends in the future. I see, but have you ever been a teaching assistant? You're only in your first year of university. Can you even be a teaching assistant for a PhD supervisor? Prime Minister Do looked Do Ayin up and down. Do you meet all the requirements? Why not? Do Ayin's eyes widened as she took out her phone and opened the Law Department's app to show Prime Minister Do the popular recruitment notice. Look, Dad, it's that simple. After signing up, you'll have to submit 3 recommendation letters and go through the first round of selection. Those who pass can take the exam and the 3 with the best results will be selected for an interview before one person is hired. It's that complicated. Prime Minister Do frowned. It's even more complicated than hiring staff at the office of the Prime Minister. Dad, how can you say that? How can the staff at the office of the Prime Minister compare to Professor He's teaching assistant? Do Ayin shook her head unhappily like a rattle drum. Do you know all the staff at the office of the Prime Minister? You don't know him, right? I only know a few leaders, but Professor He's teaching assistant is different. There's only one of him, and he gets to see Professor He every day. Her face involuntarily revealed an intoxicated expression. She subconsciously touched her cheek with one hand and murmured, "If I could be with Professor He every day, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life." Prime Minister Do looked at his daughter's infatuated expression and shook his head with a smile. Ayin, do you think you're a fan? Professor He is not an idol. He is the most successful businessman and lawyer in the world. He is not someone that a young girl like you, who is not even 20 years old, can grasp. If you're just trying to get close to Professor He, I don't think you should become a teaching assistant. Dad. Do Ayin jumped off the sofa and stomped her feet. She dragged out her voice and whined, I don't care, I don't care. I want it. Prime Minister Do was at a loss for what to do with his daughter, but he loved her dearly. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a big deal. At most, he would just have to inform He Jichu. He couldn't help his own niece, but when it came to his own daughter, could he? Prime Minister Do finally nodded and said to her, Okay, then if Professor He accepts you as his teaching assistant, you have to do your job well. You can't slack off or act coquettishly, you hear me? Do Ayin immediately jumped up in joy and threw herself at Prime Minister Do. She kissed him on the cheek. Dad is the best. I love Dad the most. Prime Minister Do smiled as he watched Do Ayin happily run out. He picked up the phone again and asked his staff to write a recommendation letter for his daughter. He then asked them to get the Minister of Education and the Principal of the University to write a recommendation letter for Do Ayin. The last 3 recommendation letters from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, and the Principal of the University arrived in He Jichu's email. Of course, there was also a scanned original recommendation letter in the email. Gu Nianji had been wondering where to get a recommendation letter ever since she registered. Other than Hu Xiaoheng's people, the only people she knew were her undergrad classmates. The easiest way was to get 3 recommendation letters from Hu Xiaoheng, but Hu Xiaoheng's status meant that he couldn't do that. He would have to find someone else to write recommendation letters for her. Thinking about it that way, it would be convenient for her, but Hu Xiaoheng would be the one in trouble. So she crossed off the first option and thought of a second idea. She could only get her university roommates, and there were 3 of them. Gu Nianji unlocked her phone and called Little Temptress first. Nianji, what brings you here? Little Temptress's voice came from the phone. It was especially light and melodious, and there seemed to be faint music in the background. Gu Nianji laughed. Little Temptress, you're having a good time. What song are you listening to? What song? Go go go. I'm listening to a Guzheng song about high mountains and flowing rivers. Get it? It's a Guzheng song. Little Temptress jumped up and down angrily on the other end of the phone. Gu Nianji laughed so hard she fell onto the bed and rolled around clutching her stomach. The two of them teased each other for a while before Gu Nianji brought up the matter of recommendation letters. Little Temptress agreed immediately, but asked curiously, why did you think of your classmates writing recommendation letters for you? Don't they usually come from elders or socialites? What about your guardian? Gu Nianji said sincerely, I only know you guys, so of course I'm asking you guys to write recommendation letters. As for my guardian, he probably wouldn't write a letter like that. It wasn't that he didn't care about her, but the nature of Hu Xiaoheng's work meant that he wouldn't leave a word or two outside. If his handwriting fell into the hands of outsiders, the consequences would be unthinkable. Gu Nianji could understand. Even if Hu Xiaoheng agreed, he would only be looking for someone else. If that was the case, she might as well find someone herself. Hearing Gu Nianji's words, Little Temptress's eyes were about to tear up. She tried her best to maintain her composure and nodded solemnly. No problem. Nianji, do you want me to talk to Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow? That's not necessary. It'll be more sincere if I talk to them myself. Gu Nianji chatted with Little Temptress for a while longer before hanging up. She then called Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow. Without exception, both of her roommates immediately agreed. They also asked if she wanted to find a socialite to write recommendation letters for her. Green Tea Fong said she had a distant relative who was a partner in a big law firm in Sea City. Although he wasn't as powerful as He Zhichu, he was still one of the top lawyers in the Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji thought about it for a while, then shook her head. Green Tea Fong, you don't have to go that far. I think a recommendation letter is only meaningful if it's written by someone who really knows you. Socialites are powerful, but if they don't know me, what they write will definitely make people feel awkward. Green Tea Fong laughed at her words. Nianji, you're still so sharp-tongued. Okay, we'll wait and see what kind of teaching assistant professor he is looking for. You have to do your best. Gu Nianji grunted with all her might before hanging up. With 3 recommendation letters settled, she didn't have to worry anymore. As for the exams after the preliminaries, Gu Nianji had never worried about it. In a sense, exams were all equal in front of the papers, as long as no one cheated. She came out of her room with a glass of milk and was about to sit on the large sofa to watch TV for a while when Ma Chichi slammed the door open and stormed in. Her expression was dark. Nianji, I'm afraid we don't have a chance this time. What's wrong? Gu Nianji's heart trembled. She had just finished writing her recommendation letter and hadn't even sent it out yet. How could she not have a chance now? I heard that our undergraduate student got a recommendation letter from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, and our university's principal. Ma Chichi waved her arms angrily. Tell me, with a background like that, who can compete with her? I see. Gu Nianji smiled. She tilted her head and thought about it. She comforted Ma Chichi. Chichi, I don't think Professor He is that kind of person. Don't be so pessimistic. It's not that I'm pessimistic, it's just that he's determined to get this position. Ma Chichi explained to Gu Nianji in exasperation. This is what they mean when they say that he has a better family background than you, smarter than you, prettier than you, and more hardworking than you. Do you think people like that are born to be envied, and hated? This was the first watch. It was the last month of the year, December. I'm begging everyone for a guaranteed monthly ticket. It was also a holiday season recently, just like how people in China prepared for the new year. Mao Han was really exhausted. He hadn't been in the group for a long time, so he would go in at night to say hi and chat with everyone. Wax. The second watch was still 7 p.m. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 405. Who is this? His backer is so powerful. Gu Nianji asked curiously. She uncrossed her legs from the sofa and sat up straight, but she still hugged the panda pillow tightly. I don't know who it is, but I heard it's a junior from the university, Ma Chichi said. She rolled her eyes, stood up, and ran out again. I'll ask around again. Come back. Gu Nianji quickly got up from the sofa and grabbed Ma Chichi's arm. Forget it, I was just asking. You don't have to ask. Who cares who she is? It's not like her family has the final say. But she has recommendation letters from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, and our principal. Ma Chichi wanted to shake Gu Nianji awake. She's not far from having the final say in her family. Do you think, Professor, he would not give face to the Prime Minister after reading this recommendation letter? Not giving face to the Minister of Education? Are you not giving our principal any face? Gu Nianji hesitated. She couldn't be sure. After all, He Jichu had just said yesterday that Gue Suyao had a powerful backer. He even mentioned Prime Minister Do. Could that person be Gue Suyao? But that wasn't right. Ma Chichi said she was an undergraduate, not a PhD student. As she thought of this, a thought flashed through her mind. She seemed to remember meeting such a person before. He was an undergraduate student at B University's Faculty of Law and had a close relationship with Prime Minister Do. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, could this undergraduate classmate be Prime Minister Do's youngest daughter, Do Ayan? Gu Nianji was more familiar with Do Ayan's older sister, Do Qingyan, but she wasn't familiar with Do Ayan. She had seen Do Ayan once at the New Year's banquet at the Prime Minister's residence. Gu Nianji's memory was amazing. She could still remember Do Ayan's outfit that day, as well as the way Do Ayan had curled her lips and said those disdainful words to her. After that, they had met once at the entrance of B University. Do Ayan had brought 2 of her lackeys to pick a fight with her, and they had even followed her to He Jichu's professor's building. At the time, Wen Shiyi was He Jichu's teaching assistant, so she treated Do Ayan very well. She vaguely remembered Do Ayan looking at He Jichu with an infatuated expression. If it was her, then everything made sense. Ma Chichi was shocked. What? Prime Minister Do's daughter is also studying in our Faculty of Law. Why didn't I know about it? It sounded like Do Ayan kept a low profile in the B University Faculty of Law. Not many people knew her real identity, and she kept it a secret. Gu Nianji felt a little upset when she thought of this. Do Ayan's identity was so important that every faculty member in B University's Faculty of Law who knew her real identity would probably work together to protect her privacy. No one would be able to get hold of her personal information and pass it around for everyone to read. She was insignificant and had no family background. She was just an orphan girl, so people did not take her seriously. Her personal information was circulated by countless people. If it weren't for He Jichu, her days in the B University Faculty of Law would have been difficult. At that moment, Gu Nianji missed the C University she had studied at as an undergraduate. The teachers and classmates there were all so nice, except for Mei Xiaowen, who had once pursued her and then cheated on her. But Mei Xiaowen wasn't completely useless. At least he didn't divulge her personal secrets. Is it really her? If it's her, then forget it. Ma Chichi sighed and collapsed on the sofa. She covered her face with Gu Nianji's panda pillow and pounded the sofa. Why are we so unlucky? How are we supposed to compete with Prime Minister Do's beloved daughter? Gu Nianji collected her thoughts and stopped feeling sorry for herself. Things had already come to this, and she was indeed an orphan girl. There was nothing to hide. The most important thing was to become stronger and shock those who only cared about family background. Chi-Chi, don't be too discouraged. Gu Nianji walked over and nudged Ma Chi-Chi. So what if she's Prime Minister Do's beloved daughter? She still has to sign up like us and submit a recommendation letter. So what's there to be sad about? Ma Chi-Chi thought about it and actually felt that it made sense. She immediately sat up from the sofa and waved her fists. Nianji, you're right. So what if she has a recommendation letter from the top 3? She still has to take it one step at a time. If it really worked, she would have been a teaching assistant already. Professor He wouldn't have to go through the trouble of recruiting from the entire faculty, right? Yes, of course. Gu Nianji nodded solemnly, and with Professor He's status, he really doesn't need to worry about the Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, and our principal. As far as I know, the Prime Minister and our principal all have a favor to ask from Professor He. I don't know about the Minister of Education, but he's a member of the cabinet and appointed by the Prime Minister, so Prime Minister Do is his superior. Even Prime Minister Do has a favor to ask of him, so how would the Minister of Education dare to be rude to Professor He? Ma Chi-Chi listened to Gu Nianji's analysis and felt it made more sense. She quickly regained her fighting spirit and stood up to pat Gu Nianji on the shoulder. Nianji, you're so good at talking. I've been completely convinced by you. You're not convinced by me, you're convinced by logic and reason. Gu Nianji winked at her. Okay, have you gotten the recommendation letter? Not yet. I originally heard the news and thought it was hopeless, so I didn't even want to get the recommendation letter. Now that you mention it, I'm interested again. Ma Chi-Chi excitedly stood on her tiptoes and danced a few ballet moves in the living room. She was tall and had very long legs. The way she danced the ballet was smooth and beautiful. Gu Nianji was mesmerized and very envious. She had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng during puberty, and how would he know how to take care of a child? He treated her as his soldier and urged her to train with his soldiers every day. He didn't even think about letting her learn ballet or piano. Of course, Gu Nianji's complaints were sweet complaints and didn't affect her feelings for Hu Xiaoheng. Ma Chi-Chi danced ballet and slid into her room. She tiptoed and kicked the door shut with a bang. Gu Nianji smiled and walked back to her room to organize her homework. She read the reference books He Zhichu had assigned and wrote a few case studies. She lost track of time as soon as she started studying. When her phone rang, Gu Nianji looked at her watch and saw it was already past 10 p.m. She had been reading for almost 4 hours, and her stomach was hungry. Gu Nianji took the phone and unlocked it. Hu Xiao. You're still up this late. Hu Xiaoheng's deep voice sounded from the other end. You're up too. What are you doing? He paused before saying, turn on the video. Gu Nianji happily turned on the video on her phone and quickly connected to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt as he sat in his office. The muscles on his arms stretched the shirt tight. Gu Nianji was a bit jealous and quickly looked away to look into Hu Xiaoheng's deep, dark eyes. Hu Xiao, I need to tell you something. What is it? Professor He is looking for a teaching assistant among the students in our faculty. I signed up. Gu Nianji nervously told Hu Xiaoheng. Wasn't it wrong of her to sign up without discussing it with him? Hu Xiaoheng froze and his eyes narrowed. He Zhichu's teaching assistant? Isn't his teaching assistant when she... Teaching assistant when left and won't be coming back. Gu Nianji repeated He Zhichu's words. That's why Professor He needs a teaching assistant. Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. Yes, how is he hiring? Gu Nianji opened the recruitment page and read out the various requirements to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng listened and asked, he needs 3 recommendation letters? Do you want me to write one for you? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. No need. I already found someone to write a recommendation letter for me. Who? Hua Xiaoheng was a bit curious. He knew who Gu Nianji knew, but he didn't know that someone other than his own people could write a recommendation letter for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji saw Hua Xiaoheng's confusion and blushed slightly. She whispered, "It's my dorm mates from undergrad." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. That was too casual. Would someone like He Zhichu take a recommendation letter seriously? Hua Xiaoheng happened to know that most of the students in the B University Faculty of Law had family backgrounds. If these people wanted a recommendation letter, they would be either high-ranking government officials or socialites. Gu Nianji's 3 freshly graduated roommates couldn't compare. He thought about it and confirmed with Gu Nianji again. Are you sure you don't want me to get a recommendation letter? Gu Nianji shook her head again. I really don't need it. I don't think Professor He has any requirements for a recommendation letter, so it's fine as long as I know someone who knows me. Okay, then. Hua Xiaoheng didn't ask any more. It wouldn't work anyway, so he didn't have to worry too much. He then asked about Gu Nianji's recent situation and said a few words of concern. Finally, he said, I'm free this weekend. Do you want to go back to the apartment? It was the second watch. It was the last month of the year, December. I'm begging everyone for a guaranteed monthly ticket. It should be around 8 o'clock. Go say hi and chat with everyone in the group. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 406. Yes, of course I have to. Gu Nianji was so happy that her lips curved, and her voice involuntarily became sweet. Hua Xiao, did you miss me? Yeah, Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, a smile flashing in his eyes as he quietly looked at Gu Nianji through the video call. After a while, Gu Nianji reached out to touch Hua Xiaoheng's face in the video call. Her voice was very low. I miss you too, every day, then I'll pick you up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have time to pick Gu Nianji up on Friday. According to the plan, his work wouldn't be finished until Saturday morning, but he was bewitched by Gu Nianji's longing gaze and decided not to sleep that night. He would continue working so he could pick her up at 7 or 8 p.m. on Friday night. Gu Nianji nodded happily, okay, I'll wait for you. She then said regretfully, my car didn't come over, otherwise I could take you for a ride. Hua Xiaoheng smiled, wait for my call on Friday. He then ended the video call. Gu Nianji threw her phone on the bed, then threw herself on the bed as well. She rolled around on the bed happily, her heart overjoyed. Compared to Hua Xiaoheng's indifferent attitude in the past, his attitude towards her now was getting closer every day. Yay! Gu Nianji made a victory sign to herself in her heart and hugged her panda pillow as she giggled on the bed. So this was how it felt to love him and have him love me. It was a sweet yet sour feeling of happiness that was about to overflow from her chest. Clutching her thumping little heart, she fantasized about the weekend that was within reach. Her face was flushed, and she stared hard at her adorable panda pillow for a full 10 minutes before she finally purified her thoughts. Although she was temporarily purified, she still couldn't help having a dream about Hua Xiaoheng when she slept that night, the warm hugs and passionate kisses in her dream, the kind of negative distance, contact that made her blush and her heart beat faster in her dream. When she woke up the next day, she couldn't believe she could have such a wild dream and confessed for a few minutes. He sat on the bed in a daze for a while before lifting the quilt and getting out of bed. Ma Chichi had woken up a long time ago. She was humming and dancing ballet in the living room while making breakfast. After making breakfast, she knocked on Gu Nianji's door. Nianji, it's time for breakfast. I personally made millet porridge today. The rice oil has even been boiled out. It's very nourishing. Machichi was a native of the north and had great skills in making noodles. Gu Nianji opened the door and was deeply intoxicated by the smell of millet filling the living room. She took a few deep breaths and felt refreshed. The thin layer of sweat on her back made her whole body feel refreshed. Chi-Chi, I love you so much. Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and sat down at the dining table to look at the breakfast on the table. In addition to the glistening yellow millet porridge, there were also boiled eggs, salted duck eggs cut in half, and pork buns and fried dough sticks bought from the cafeteria. They're all my favorites. Gu Nianji looked at Machichi happily. How did you know what I like to eat? Machichi was shocked. Really? These are my favorites too. The two roommates, who had the same taste, suddenly felt the distance between them grow closer. Gu Nianji brought a glass of warm milk for Machichi and said, I'll go home this weekend and see if we still have pea cakes and rolling donkey. I'll bring you a few boxes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Nianji. Machichi nodded. I had it once last time and couldn't forget it. It's a pity I couldn't buy anything as good as yours. Gu Nianji had asked Hu Xiaoheng where he bought the pea cakes and rolling donkey, but he told her they were specially supplied, so she didn't ask again. When she went back this time, she would pester him to bring more for her. I asked the person who brought me the pastries last time and he said they weren't for sale, so I'll bring some for you when I get back. Gu Nianji said sheepishly and took the initiative to pick up half of the oily salted duck egg for Machichi. Machichi nodded with a smile. I'm guessing they can't be bought outside. Otherwise, how could a foodie like me let them go? Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Gu Nianji put down her chopsticks with a smile. I'm full. Go wash up. I'll wash the dishes. Gu Nianji didn't know how to cook, so she was always very eager to wash the dishes. She had a lot of clothes to wear when she washed the dishes. Other than 2 elbow-length plastic gloves, she also had an apron and a special formula of detergent that wouldn't hurt her hands. After washing up, Machichi changed her clothes and came out of her room. When she came to the kitchen, she saw Gu Nianji, fully dressed, and stretching her arms to wash the dishes. She laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Gu Nianji heard Machichi's laughter and knew she was laughing at her grand appearance of washing the dishes. She pouted and said, Chi-Chi, don't look at how troublesome I am, but I can protect the skin on my hands to the greatest extent. Even the best detergent will corrode the skin, so it's better not to touch it. Machichi shook her head. I hate washing dishes. Since you're willing to do it, let's buy a dishwasher in the future. Sure, I wanted to buy one a long time ago, but isn't there a limit on electricity in the dorms? Can I buy these appliances for myself? Gu Nianji remembered the dorm handbook she had read. It seemed to prohibit students from installing their own appliances. The TV in the dorms were all installed by the school. A dishwasher? The school probably wouldn't agree. Machichi sighed and crossed her arms as she leaned against the kitchen door. That's true. This kitchen is so small. It's not meant for us to turn on the stove to cook. There were so many cafeterias on campus. There had to be one that suited you. So they were just thinking about it. Gu Nianji wiped the dishes as she asked Machichi, did you settle the recommendation letter? It's done. Machichi snapped her fingers. I called my parents yesterday and told them about the recommendation letter. My dad said he would get his colleague to write it for me. After thinking about it, Machichi tried her best to speak normally. Nianji, do you want me to help you get a recommendation letter? My parents know a lot of people. She spoke carefully, afraid Gu Nianji would think too much and think she was showing off that she had both parents. Gu Nianji wasn't that fragile, and it wasn't like it was something shameful that she was an orphan. If she really cared about it, she wouldn't need to live. Also, although she was an orphan, Hu Xiao had always taken care of her and treated her well. What more could she ask for? Gu Nianji calmly put the washed dishes back into the cupboard and smiled. No, thank you, Chi-Chi. I already found someone to get a recommendation letter yesterday. Oh. You already found someone. That's great. Ma Chi-Chi was relieved to see that Gu Nianji wasn't upset. She herself was a bit careless, so she always kept her distance from overly sensitive classmates because she couldn't afford to wait on them. But Gu Nianji was different. She was smart and knew everything, but she wasn't overly sensitive. It was comfortable to be friends with her. Yes, my 3 roommates from undergrad. They were really nice to me. Gu Nianji turned around with a smile and took off her apron to hang it on the hook. She then took off her long plastic gloves and rinsed them with detergent before hanging them by the sink. Ma Chi-Chi was truly shocked. You found your undergrad roommates. Is that okay? A recommendation letter, as the name suggested, must be written by someone with a certain level of ability and status to be useful, right? That was common knowledge. But Gu Nianji always felt that with He Jichu's status and ability, he wouldn't have the same opinion as most people. Perhaps he valued something different from ordinary people. Of course, she wasn't necessarily right. It was also possible that she had misjudged He Jichu. So she completely let nature take its course as to whether or not she could be He Jichu's teaching assistant. If she didn't, she wouldn't have to blame anyone or anything. For the next few days, Gu Nianji spent her time in the library reading and writing case studies. She left early in the morning and returned late at night. She even chose to sit in on a few famous computer classes in B University. Her days were full and happy. At 4 or 5 p.m. on Friday, Gu Nianji received a text from Hu Xiaoheng saying he would pick her up at 7 p.m. She skipped dinner and hurriedly finished all her homework in the library before sending it to He Jichu's email. As soon as she sent the email, she received an email from He Jichu asking, Nianji, are you free this weekend? There are some jobs that need help. This is the first watch. Thank you, Master Ba Jia, for the immortal fate bestowed upon you yesterday. Congratulations to Master Ba Jia for becoming the 14th Alliance Master. Today, it's the 3rd night watch, and it's for the 8 Precepts Ring's immortal fate to give an extra night watch. He was looking forward to seeing more monthly votes from his relatives today. The 2nd watch period was 2 in the afternoon, and the 3rd watch period was 8 in the evening. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 407. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu's email and hesitated for a few minutes. She wanted nothing more than to go home and spend the weekend with Hu Xiaoheng, but He Jichu was her professor. What if it was something important? After struggling internally for a long time, she finally replied, Professor He, is there something urgent? If you can do it at home, you can email me and I'll do some of it for you over the weekend. On the other side of the computer, He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji's email and was silent for a few minutes before replying, It's fine, have a good weekend. After sending the email, He Jichu looked at his teaching assistant recruitment email with a cold expression. Last night at midnight was the deadline for submitting recommendation letters. All the recommendation letters sent after this time were deleted, which eliminated half of the applicants. He then looked at the years and grades of the applicants who had sent their recommendation letters in time. 4th-year students definitely wouldn't do, and 2nd and 3rd-year postgraduate students wouldn't do either. This eliminated another half. In the end, there were only about 50 people who had the right time, grades, and recommendation letters in time. He Jichu quickly moved his mouse and picked out Gu Nianji's recommendation letters from the list to read carefully. He wanted to see what Hu Xiaoheng would say, but discovered that the 3 letters were actually written by Gu Nianji's undergraduate roommates. Hua Xiaoheng had nothing to do with it. He Zhichu frowned as he looked at the letters. Although he didn't seem to care, he was actually very happy inside. He read the rest of the recommendation letters and picked 10 good and diligent students. He wrote down the list and posted it on the official website of B University School of Law. As soon as the list was posted, it was immediately pushed to the official website app. Almost all the law students, whether they had applied or not, saw it. As soon as Gu Nianji arrived at her dorm, He Zhichu's preliminary list had already spread like wildfire among the law students. She was still immersed in the joy of seeing Hua Xiaoheng soon and didn't know the preliminary list was already out. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw several girls from the dorms gathered in the hallway around Miao Yunxiao's dorm door. They leaned their heads against each other and occasionally cried out in surprise. Among all the girls, Gu Nianji immediately spotted Ma Qiqi's tall figure. She walked over quietly and patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder. "Qiqi, what are you doing?" Ma Qiqi turned around with a smile and looked at Gu Nianji. "Professor He's preliminary interview list for teaching assistants is out. Nianji, your name is on it too. You're too amazing." Even if he asked his 3 undergraduate roommates to write recommendation letters, he would still be chosen. I can only say that Professor He is truly eclectic. Gu Nianji froze. Oh. So fast. She muttered to herself that He Zhichu hadn't said anything on the phone just now. Yeah, how could the news sent to the entire department be wrong? Ma Qiqi winked at her. I'm on it too. Gu Nianji smiled from the bottom of her heart. That's great. We can study together. Yes. I'm not planning on going home this weekend. I'm going to study at school and get good grades. That way, I'll have a better chance. Ma Qiqi waved her arm, looking high-spirited. Miao Yunxiao leaned against the door of her dorm room and crossed her arms as she watched them kick up a fuss. She said slowly, "What should we do? We have 2 good roommates working hard together, but Professor He is only hiring 1 person." Gu Nianji looked at Miao Yunxiao and was about to retort when Ma Qiqi grabbed her arm. "Come on, let's go back." Gu Nianji shut her mouth and followed Ma Qiqi back to her dorm room. The girls outside also dispersed. Only 2 people from the entire first year of master's students made the cut, and Miao Yunxiao wasn't one of them. Ma Qiqi said, "She's upset and will say a lot of sour things. Just ignore her and understand that she's jealous because she can't eat the grapes." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Fine, if you don't mind, then I have nothing more to say." She paused before grabbing Ma Qiqi's hand. "Qiqi, Miao Yunxiao has a point. But I want to tell you that no matter which one of us Professor He hires as his teaching assistant, we can't have any complaints about the other person." "I know that," Ma Qiqi quickly said. "If you're lucky enough to be chosen, you have to treat me to hot pot at Zholofenjiu. I heard they're releasing a healthy hot pot with a very fresh soup base. Also, I want 3 boxes of pea pudding and rolling donkey." Gu Nianji doubled over in laughter. Qiqi, you're such a clown." "Of course, my family always calls me Happy Pea," Ma Qiqi said proudly. She didn't seem to be lying at all. Gu Nianji knew that Ma Qiqi came from a well-off family and her parents had a good relationship. She was their only daughter and had been spoiled since she was a child. A child raised in love wouldn't be sensitive or calculative. Her style of doing things was just like her appearance, elegant and bright. Gu Nianji was very happy to have a roommate like Ma Qiqi, but she didn't plan on staying at school this weekend to continue studying in the library. "Qiqi, I'm going home this weekend. You study hard on your own. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Good luck." Gu Nianji patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder and returned to her room. She showered as fast as she could, changed her clothes, and threw them into the washer to wash. Just as she was drying them in the dryer, Hu Xiaoheng's text came. I'm here. Come down. Gu Nianji couldn't help looking at the 4 simple words. She put away her phone and peeked out the window to see a black Mercedes-Benz SUV parked outside the dorm. It was the car that Hu Xiaoheng often drove. This car had a kind of quiet luxury to it. Although it was still considered a luxury car, it was much more low-key than the red Ferrari he'd driven last time. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and walked out of her room as calmly as possible. She knocked on Ma Qiqi's door next door. Qiqi, I'm leaving. Have a good weekend. You too. Ma Qiqi's voice came from inside the room. Gu Nianji opened the door with a smile and walked out. She locked the door and entered the elevator. The elevator descended from the 6th floor so quickly that Gu Nianji felt a sense of weightlessness and dizziness. When the elevator reached the 1st floor and the doors opened, Gu Nianji was still a little dizzy. She held on to the elevator door frame and walked out dizzily. Before she could steady herself, a beautiful girl in a sapphire blue down jacket rushed over and almost brushed past her. The girl quickly stopped and looked at Gu Nianji carefully. You're Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up and saw the beautiful girl in the sapphire blue down jacket, her skin so fair it seemed to glow. It was Prime Minister Dou's youngest daughter, Dou Ayan. The last 2 times Dou Ayan had seen her, she'd been displeased. The first time, she'd completely ignored Gu Nianji, and the second time, she'd been ridiculing. But today, her attitude was especially polite. Sister Gu, I'm Dou Ayan. Dou Ayan paused, then said sincerely, I want to ask you for a favor. Gu Nianji rubbed her still dizzy temples. The sun really had risen from the west. Dou Ayan, who had her eyes on the top of her head, actually had a moment when she was respectful to her classmate Dou. There's no need to be so polite. Gu Nianji smiled, her face slightly pale. Was she dizzy from the elevator? Dou Ayan suppressed her anger and continued in a low voice, Sister Gu, it's like this. I really want to be Professor He's teaching assistant. Gu Nianji was speechless. She wanted to be Professor He's teaching assistant? Why was she looking for her? She wasn't Professor He, was she looking for the wrong person? Gu Nianji looked at her inquisitively. Dou Ayan continued, but I have 3 strong recommendation letters, one from my dad, one from the Minister of Education, and one from the Principal of B University. I can't even get on the preliminary list. Gu Nianji was speechless. Again, she was looking for the wrong person, wasn't she? She wasn't Professor He, what did she have to do with the preliminary list? Sister Gu, I've asked a lot of people and learned about your situation. Dou Ayan pursed her lips, her pretty face suddenly serious. I want to make a deal with you. Are you willing? Gu Nianji was speechless. She pinched between her eyebrows to wake herself up and said coldly to Dou Ayan, Classmate Dou, everyone is competing for the position of Professor He's teaching assistant based on their own abilities. I'm also one of the competitors. Aren't you asking for the wrong person? Sister Gu, if you're willing to give your position to me, I can ask my dad to let you intern in the cabinet at the Ministry of Justice. Dou Ayan made up her mind and followed the method someone had taught her to make a deal with Gu Nianji. It was the 2nd night watch, the Immortals Fate Award for Ring of 8 Precepts. She looked forward to seeing more monthly votes from her relatives today. 8 p.m. of the 3rd night watch. Wax. Chapter 408. Dou Ayan stared nervously at Gu Nianji, not knowing how to react. She was indeed desperate. She almost fainted when she saw the list half an hour ago. She couldn't believe that she didn't even get on the preliminary list despite having 3 recommendation letters. She begged her father to call He Ji Chu, but it was useless. Professor He had said that there were 10 people on the list, and if no one gave up, he couldn't give Do Ayin a chance. The 10 people on the list all had their own backers and backgrounds. Gu Nianji's background wasn't the worst, but someone happened to be in her father's office and overheard their conversation on the phone. He asked who was on the preliminary list. When he heard Gu Nianji's name, the person smiled and taught her a way to find Gu Nianji and make a deal with her. If Gu Nianji withdrew, Do Ayin would be on the preliminary list. Both Prime Minister Do and Do Ayin felt it was inappropriate at first. Although Gu Nianji was technically an orphan, she had grown up with Major General Hua. Everyone knew that he was protective of his people, and with him as her backer, who would dare mess with her? Do Ayin had already chosen a boy from her year on the list, and planned to convince him to give up his spot. However, the person was very certain that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't necessarily help Gu Nianji this time, and suggested that Do Ayin try it out with Gu Nianji first since the written exam was next week. If Hua Xiaoheng really did help, then she could find someone else. Do Ayin actually didn't think much of Gu Nianji, but because of Hua Xiaoheng's influence, and because her sister, Do Qingyan's case had embarrassed the Do family, Do Ayin could only swallow her anger and not argue with Gu Nianji. This time, she listened to the person's suggestion and wanted to test Gu Nianji's bottom line. Of course Gu Nianji wouldn't give up. She looked at Do Ayin like she was an idiot and said seriously, "Classmate Do, which do you think is better, interning at the Ministry of Justice or interning at the U.S. Congress?" Do Ayin froze. Interning at the U.S. Congress. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm talking about interning at our country's Ministry of Justice. Didn't you study law? But you didn't study at B University, so outsiders don't think you're a B University law student. If you intern at the Ministry of Justice, it'll be easier for you to find a job after you graduate. Gu Nianji didn't want to argue with her anymore. This girl was hot from shaving, so it was quite lively to talk to herself. Classmate Do, I interning at the U.S. Congress for half a year, so I think I have enough experience as an intern. I don't need any more. Gu waving her hand, I also want Professor He's teaching assistant, Classmate Do, I'm sorry, Classmate Do, but I can't give up. Do Nianji finished and said as she. To Gu Nianji too. I, please, go. Please. Do Nianji, begged Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji stepped to the side helplessly and sighed, Classmate Do, I don't care about anything else, but I can't give up on this. Pausing, she continued, Professor He, I'm sure he won't allow us to transfer our spots. Professor He told my daddy himself. He said that as long as someone gives up, he'll add me to the list. Do Ayin tugged at Gu Nianji's sleeve and begged her in a low voice, Sister Gu, have you ever wanted something so badly that you couldn't even sleep? Gu Nianji turned around and pulled her sleeve out of Do Ayin's hand. She shook her head, go find someone else. I don't have many chances. I'll do my best this time. Do Ayin didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so unappreciative even after she'd lowered herself so much. Gu Nianji, don't force me. Do Ayin's eyebrows shot up, her expression fierce, I've been begging you for so long and you won't even agree. How can you be so heartless? Gu Nianji, how could someone be so self-righteous with their twisted logic? Gu Nianji deeply felt that she needed to learn how to be shameless from Do Ayin. Classmate Do, I'm heartless if I don't give you what you want. I don't understand that logic either. How did you get into the B University Faculty of Law with your grades? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and easily retorted. She seemed to be born with a silver tongue and could piss people off whenever she wanted. Do Ayin's heart skipped a beat at her words, but she quickly calmed down. I got in through the entrance exams. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? I wouldn't dare have a problem with that. Gu Nianji bowed and made a European bow. Your Highness, may this commoner leave now. Douyin choked and immediately said, Gu Nianji, are you really not going to reconsider? I don't think you need to fight to be professor, he's teaching assistant. This position won't help you at all. If you're a smart person, you'll know what to choose. Gu Nianji spread her hands. If this position won't help you at all, then why are you fighting for it, classmate Dou? I'm different from you. Douyin froze and blurted out, I don't need what you need. You're not at the level to get what I need, so it's useless even if you want it. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and turned to walk away without another word. Douyin refused to give up and yelled after her, then it's a deal. You give up the position and I'll take it. I'll go ask my dad to help you find an intern position at the Ministry of Justice. She was making it a fait accompli. Gu Nianji was angry and turned to speak sternly. Classmate Dou, do you know that you're breaking the law by doing this? Don't try to trick me. How did I break the law? I'm just trying to make a deal with you. Douyin quickly said in an attempt to shut Gu Nianji up, one is willing to take the beating and the other is willing to take the beating. It's none of our business. None of our business. You're committing robbery. Gu Nianji walked around Douyin and walked towards Hu Xiaoheng's car. She said coldly, forcibly taking something that doesn't belong to you is robbery. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the law yourself. Her aura suddenly grew stronger and Douyin froze in fear. Hu Xiaoheng had already gotten out of the car in the blink of an eye. He was wearing a General Spring uniform and a navy blue military jacket that revealed the collar of his white shirt underneath. He was also wearing the same color light wool trousers with perfectly straight seams. His long legs were crossed as he leaned against the car door. He lowered his head to take out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. He looked up at Gu Nianji as she walked closer. He frowned and asked her, what took you so long? Gu Nianji looked back. Someone blocked the road and robbed us. I didn't. Douyin saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng who got out of the car and steeled her heart. She rushed over and continued to speak according to the person's instructions. Gu Nianji, you can't slander me. I was only begging you to give me your spot. When did I steal anything from you? Miss Dou, there's a type of behavior called forced buying and selling. It's also considered robbery. How did you even get into university? Do you really know anything about the law? Douyin's eyes flickered as she avoided Gu Nianji's question and said, Sister Gu, if you can give me your spot on the preliminary list, I'll give you better conditions. Hu Xiaoheng flicked the ash off his cigarette and asked nonchalantly, what preliminary list? Before Gu Nianji could speak, Douyin cut in, it's the preliminary list for Professor He's recruitment of teaching assistants. Over 400 people signed up and only 10 people made it to the preliminary list. Major General Hu, you see how difficult it was. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at Douyin as a greeting before asking Gu Nianji, did you make it to the preliminary list too? Otherwise, why would Douyin be so persistent? Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile, I was lucky, I made it. Douyin felt like needles were stabbing into her heart when she heard this. Her lips trembled as she said, I had 3 recommendation letters, one from my dad, one from the Minister of Education, and one from the principal of B University, but none of them made it to the preliminary list. Major General Hu, who did you find to write the recommendation letters for Sister Gu? Did you find General Ji and Speaker Long? It was the 3rd watch. I'm looking forward to my relatives voting for more monthly votes today. If I can make it to the top 10 today, I'll continue with the 3rd watch tomorrow. Wax. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.